Have you played Half-Life? No. Everybody says it's good, though. Hello, everybody, floating good. How's everybody doing on this fantastic Friday, everybody? It is a damn React day today, chat. We got a lot of that we're going to be watching today and a lot of other random things we're going to be doing this week. Chat, Friday today is a React day. Tomorrow I'm going to be live at 1 EST. We're going to be building the Wally and Eve Lego set. That is what we are doing tomorrow. It's a little robot. Wait, it's a little robot. Wally and Eve. We're going to be building this. Got a whole fucking hand cam for it. Right here. I'll show you where if I can fucking find it. Right here. I bought a little hand cam. So, it'll can show most of the screen will be my hands, but then I'll be in the top left still, so you can still see my face while we yap. I don't know how that stream will go tomorrow. It's really the first time I've ever done like a puzzle / Lego-esque stream. I just kind of want to do it. I haven't built a Lego set in a while, and I thought it would be fun to do it on stream, and people have asked. So we're going to be doing that tomorrow. Sunday, I'm going to be live at 1. We're going to be doing a React Day as well as a Dorito review for like 38 different bags of Doritos. I have a bunch of different kinds. Sneak peek. I have a lot. I'm going to show you some of the random ones. I have a lot of known flavors, obviously, or all the known flavors. But then I also have some random ones from around the world / ones that you usually may see but don't eat. These are, I believe, Taiwanese Doritos. And I also have some mystery snack boxes that we're going to do next week. But, yeah, that'll be cool. We'll rank those, or just rate them, rather. Probably not going to do a tier list because it's like 40 different bags. But that'll be Sunday. Monday, we're doing an FMV game, Dead Reset. Haven't played an FMV game in like over a year. Walls Interactive hasn't made one for a while, but they dropped this one, and it has really good reviews, which is awesome because the last two they made had some reviews, but I love their stuff. I think they make really good games. I think one of my favorite categories of game is also FMV games. So we're going to be playing that Monday. We'll see if we fuck with it. If not, we'll switch, but it seems like it's going to be good, and then we'll do random games after. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday's Horror Games Eclipsium comes out as well. We're going to be playing that. Thursday, Baby Steps drops, which is like a game that was hype on like TikTok like a year ago, and the trailer seemed pretty funny. That's finally dropping, so we're going to play that, some other random shit, and then Rematch for their Season 1 drop. Friday next week is Reacts and Clover Pit. Next Saturday, Full Philosophy, and then we'll go from there. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, subscribe. Oh, and the vlogs will be out soon. Cloak's finishing those up for Salem and Vermont. I think they'll be out next week. Mala, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Cameron for the 3. LeBron collab when? Probably never. Bubba Undead for the sub. Kibo for the 10. Cal out on a date. Where do you think we should go? I have no clue. Well, I don't know where you live, and I don't know what's around you, but something that would be a shared interest. I always think movie theaters is probably the worst place you could bring somebody. Somewhere where you'll be able to talk to each other. You know, like dinner, bowling alley, and axe throwing. Somewhere where you'll do an activity, but also like chats. You know, you don't want or not an activity. You don't want the only thing you could do to be to talk, but you also don't want the thing that you're doing to be the majority of the attention, right? If that makes sense. Like a movie theater is the direct opposite of dinner. Because a movie theater, you're just locked in on the activity, whereas you want something that's kind of like a middle ground. Axe throwing, crying face, yeah, why not? It's fun. Imagine, hey, somebody asks you out on a date. Guy asks you out on a date. You want to go axe throwing? That'd probably pique your attention. Would it not? You'd maybe be like, I don't know. But I feel like that would be like, oh, that'd be interesting. You know, mini golfing, yeah. You have mini golf. It depends. You know, it's the time of year. You know, I don't know if there's any mini golf places open where you are. It's September now. They usually are only open in the summer. Picnic? That's kind of boring. I mean, it depends on the person, you know, and what they want to do. But, yeah. Kibo, thank you for the 3 from Scotland. Please don't make fun of me. I'm not making fun of you from being from Scotland. I don't know what's around. I don't know, like, what types of activities people in Scotland do, though. Green for the 3, Vasted AFK for the sub, Wooly for the 1,000 biddies. Today's my birthday. Happy birthday, bro. Kyle for the 1,000 biddies. Had a dream you broke into my house and you had a bog and a little nutty mug. Andre, thank you for the 5. What if she whips your ass in axe throwing? You're going to get nothing that night? Well, your goal for a first date shouldn't be having sex. So I think you're going into it wrong. Big for the sub. If you're trying to just have sex with them, the date isn't really as much of a focus, you know? I think it's like if you're going on a first date, you're presuming that you would like to go on a second date and a third date and then probably like potentially be with them. If your first and foremost goal is to have sex, I don't think you really got to put much thought into where you take them, I guess. You know, I don't know. I feel like that's just like hookup culture versus dating. Gravity and IJ for the sub, Big for the sub, Brooke for the 3. Joe, Brooke liked my video. Tell her I said thank you, please. Well, what do I say? Brooke's biggest fan 101 said you liked her video. I don't know which one it's referencing. Kibo, thank you for the 3. We mostly drink, eat haggis, and make fun of English people. Okay, well, maybe, you know, pick a scenario where you could do all 3 with the person that you're taking out. I don't know. Armpit for the sub, DX and Multi for the sub. Chunky, thank you for the 3. Long message information on the David case. The body in David's car is 2 years old, meaning the girl was only 13 when she was killed, making it a PDF. They were confirmed to be dating because he was caught trying to pick her up from school, and he tried to pay her off before he got caught. He released, yeah, I've seen all this on TikTok. I haven't reacted to a video about it because I'm waiting for anything to be, like, definitively official from, like, an actual, like, news source or... Like, a lot of you guys have been sending, like, videos of, like, random influencers that are covering it, but for something as serious as that, I don't know if it's, like... I feel like you gotta, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying we don't know everything. Obviously, it's not looking good. But I think in situations like these, everyone wants to cover everything as fast as possible. And so I want to, you know, obviously know more. I've been looking into it myself, obviously, because it's just like the most... It started out as a lot of people are making like videos about how, you know, 2 weeks ago, it was like, oh, body found in his car. Most people are like, you know, there's probably a weird situation where it was broken into. And then it's just been getting crazier and crazier. So I have been looking into it, but we're not watching a video on today. Hannah and Timmy for the sub. Hunty No Cereal for the sub. Hermits for the 6. Mike Out died a couple days ago. Shout out to the legend Squibbles. Toasted for the sub. Rip at the chat for your dog, man. Or not your dog, your cat. Green, thank you for the 3. Saw that Just Dance is slotted in for Monday, but do you consider changing it to a weekend slot so more people could watch it live? It's not guaranteed Monday because we're doing the F&V game. Realistically, I'll probably play it like next Saturday or a weekend. But we might play it. We'll probably play more than once. It's not going to be like a long segment where I run it one time. RJ and Caden for the sub, Cam for the 3. You should try cheese rolling. I'm actually going to be doing a segment in like 2 weeks where I play free-to-play games, and one of those is cheese rolling. I also have Event Race, Skull Hotel. The windows are gone. It's going to be like a whole YouTube video where it's like I tried out free games on Steam. Jod for the sub. So if you have any free games you want me to play as well, send those there. Chunky, thank you for the 3. Charlie Hond, Peril for the sub. Kibo, thank you for the 5. Would you ever go to Scotland for a holiday? Maybe. I don't really know. Kane Happily for the sub. Jakey and Han for the sub. Honey for the sub. Day, IJ, Gravity. I already read that. Bad and Meow, thank you for the 3. I miss Slap Fights. Have you stopped watching them on stream? No, I haven't stopped watching them on stream. I'm actually really close with JT and Slap Fight Championship in general. It's that Slap Fight Championship was holding Slap Fight Fridays, or like Fight Night Fridays, and that was like a summer thing. So I don't know like what specifically they have scheduled / when yet. Wooly, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Today is my birthday. Happy birthday, God. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. I already read that. Cameron, thank you for the 3. Mallow for the sub. Bubba, Dead for the sub. Tebow, for the 10. Jude for the sub. Candace and Brooke, thank you for the 3. Malix, Everin, DP, Sticky, Frey, DH, Dust, Else, Max, Sky, Frey, Dig, Bart, Lath, and Knox for the sub. Whisper, Jenya, John, Lil, and Dan for the sub. Illusions, Rowie, Evan, Noli, Bomb, Joshua, Green, and Whoosh for the sub. P, thank you for the 3. Have you reacted to Ramy's response to your philosophy video about God? No. Kibo, thank you for the 5. I'm not reacting to any more, I don't really, I don't want to say it was tainted. Not tainted. It's more so that I don't want to do a back and forth, right? I love making philosophy videos. I responded to that one guy who reacted to me and then also made a video about how, like, God, like, all gay people should be killed or something, which was, like, absurd. So, that just kind of goes to show you the influencer that he is. But it's like, for the people that don't know, I made a video basically about why I don't believe in God. And I would describe a very by the book, but also hard right Christian made a response to me, and I reacted to it. And then he made another response. He basically said that my philosophy degree was useless and the paper that I wrote for my senior seminar was a waste of time. And he was insulting me the whole time. And then basically saying that Christians shouldn't have to get off the Bible to talk to me because they should stand on Bible when they're talking about God. But my main point was that you can't prove God using the Bible because you have to believe in God to believe in the Bible. So to prove God, you have to use something a priori, which is like you can't have prior knowledge. Like, if you're trying to describe why you believe God exists to me and you use anything about the Bible, it's immediately just like out of sight, out of mind. You've just lost me because you're basically describing why you believe in something by using evidence, using something that I would have to believe in God to believe in. So I said that, and then, that was a whole shit scenario. I know who you're talking about. I watched a clip of it, but I'm not going to react to it on stream. There were a lot of very respectful people that reacted to what I said. I think it was kind of unlucky that the first guy that reacted to my video was, like, the most extreme. I forget his username, but I remember somebody recommended one of his other videos, and it was dead-ass titled, like, Why Gay People Should Die, or something like that. It was absurd. Like, the average Christian wouldn't believe in this. Like, it was fucking crazy. Like, just straight up spewing hatred. Except for the sub pie, or it was in the thumbnail or something. I don't know if it was clickbait. I didn't actually watch the video because I was like, I'm not even going to give this, the time of day. But, it was the pizza truck guy. What is his name? Joe Bartolozzi, Why I Don't Believe in God. Now I need to know. Oh, here it is. I want to try and find the fucking video. He posts so often, too. It might have gotten removed. Oh, yeah, here it is. What should Trump ban the gay? Death penalty, please. Like, that's like I regardless of whether or not that's clickbait, that's like the biggest non-Christian thing to say. Like, death penalty isn't the whole idea of, like, the New Testament, a more forgiving God, and how, like, Jesus loves everybody. And, while you should convert to Christianity and believe in the oneness of God, it's also, like, the idea of, like, be friendly with your neighbor. And, like, I mean, that's just, like, hate, like, literally, like, calling for the death of people in the thumbnail. Like, Torment for the sub, totally for the 5. He never answered Cameron's question. Sorry, there was a lot of messages that were coming in. What did he say again? Over 7, Dragon for the sub, Sai, thank you for the 3. I saw the hard white guy. He was distasteful, disrespectful. I would highly recommend watching Rami's video, though. Much more fruitful convo. Yeah, no, I might give it a full watch. Could you actually send it in the video session tab so I can find it again? But yeah, no, like, I'm always down to have, like, a conversation about that. I don't think anybody's ever going to convert me, but I'm down to have, like, an actual respectful convo one way or another. Sitter and totally for the sub, board for the sub, racers for the 1,000 biddies. One of your videos where you try to, I have seen one of your videos where you said you wanted to try bull testicles. They taste like chicken. My dad tricked me into trying them. They taste like chicken? No, they don't. Circuit for the sub. Chunky, thank you for the 3. Little Nightmares VR coming out in 2026. I'm not playing it in VR. I'll be oh, wait. Little Nightmares Oh, I thought you were talking about 3. I might play Little Nightmares VR then in 2026. I'm playing Little Nightmares 3 probably with Chris because it's co-op. That comes out in like 3 weeks. So I thank you for the 3. Keep up the 3. I already read that. I don't know what the fuck Cameron said. Oh, LeBron collab when? Never. Brody, Blue 16 and MC for the sub. Body, thank you for the 3. Donated 10 to go through. You didn't see it. Is there a way to refund? Body, thank you for the 5. I'm sorry I didn't see your 10, boss. For future, I'm scrolling to see if I can see it. For the 10. Can't stay for long. I've been given 10s. Anytime I see your stream, love you. Have a good day. Thank you. For future reference, don't send donos if you're gonna refund them if I don't read them. Not that I don't want them or that I'm not thankful for them, but there is a subsect of my audience that sends donos and then spams refund them because they didn't get the reaction they wanted. I want to read every dono that I can. If anything, let a mod know. I'm just saying for future points, just don't send donos, Potty. I appreciate the 5. I appreciate the 10. If you want to refund them, fucking refund them. Don't send future donos, but thank you. Missed and spoke for the sub and for the sub, Brody. Thank you for the sub. 16 Blue for the sub and for the sub. That's weird to do regardless. I mean, I'm not mad about it. There's instances where, kids will steal their fucking parents' credit cards that are, younger viewers of mine. The average viewer of mine spends their own money when they send donos because, my average audience member is, 16, 17. But, I have people that watch me that are, 20, 25, 30. But there are instances where, kids will fucking do that, and then their parents refund it, which I understand. Or if it's, I didn't read your dono, I get it. But, I'm trying to, Smoke an ant and lemonade for the sub. I'm more so just, if the biggest thing is, I need him to read this, just don't send it, Lemonade and ant for the sub, Mighty for the sub. I will try to read all of them, though. Buddy for the 3, I won't refund. Love you, Joe. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Bro, you're good. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at a viewer, right? If you want to fucking refund a dono. There's instances where people will give subs and ask for a refund. You can't refund that. Right, if you send money to Twitch, bits and subs, I can't refund you because you sent the money to Amazon, right? But if it's you're doing a credit card dono or some shit and you want to bounce that, I mean, Cameron, thank you for the 3. Perhaps your tip touches the bottom of the toilet bowl. Cameron, shut the fuck up! Oh my God, totally thank you for the 3. Have a great day at stream, thanks. I'm done reading Cameron's fucking bit donos, bro. A rundown of the videos we have today. He thought he had friends. They were paid actors. Your brain is making choices without you. He proved streaming's impossible in 2025. Who's the richest person in history? The king born with liquid bones and a skull full of water. And when a terrible horror movie turns terrifying. Interesting lineup. We'll see how it fucking goes. Grumble, thank you for the 3. Love your content. Always make my day. Your streams and YouTube videos keep being you. Thank you. Overflow for the 3. Thoughts of the David situation? Oh my God. No, oh my God. This is literally just when I feel whenever anything important happens, I just get spam asked my take on it. It's crazy. Is there a chance that there's some sort of fucking crazy coincidences going on? Yeah, but I mean yeah, no, it's nuts. I don't know what else to say. It's very sad that she was found dead, decomposing in a fucking car. Right? I think a lot of people are, not shining light on that. That's very upsetting. Thank you for the 3. Big for the sub. All right. Lock in here, chat. First video of the day. He thought he had friends. They were paid actors. This is a bit of an older video. Oldest video that we're watching today. But who gives a fuck? Lock in. Oh, my God. Don't read out loud. Sketty for the 3. You're saying the last 10 donos I sent, you haven't read them. Sketty boss, I mean, I've been reading donos left and right, man. I haven't seen a goddamn dono that you sent. I haven't seen a dono that you sent today at all. I'm scrolling right now. I'm not seeing a singular one, Sketty. Bartolozzi for the 3. What's the next React day? Today. Iron for the sub. Lock in.
What?
I added your video, Bartolozzi, to watch later, if that's what you're talking about. I'll watch it on Sunday. Bunny for the 5. I already just have this set up for today, so we'll watch it. I'll watch it later. I saw it at Showtime. I recommended. Kibo, thank you for the 3. What's your thoughts on ABC canceling Jimmy Kim? I'm not giving my take on anything in current events after this. I love talking about current events, but it's that's all. I want to get into the fucking videos right now, bro. Oh my God. What's my thoughts on Jimmy Kimmel? Fuck, man. He said some shit that was, maybe a little distasteful. It got canceled. I think that's nuts. That's more of a cancellation of free speech. That's more of an issue. I think it's a little counterproductive where it's airing out the idea of like cancel culture being crazy, and then Jimmy Kimmel getting his show canceled immediately after. Do I think what he said was like over the line? Yeah, maybe. But like, do I think the show should have gotten canceled? No. Skeeb and Cheese for the sub. I saw a lot of the other late night TV show hosts making fun of it, and I thought that was interesting, where they would like open the show and just be like. Anyways, Cameron for the 3. I want to apologize for the question. You're good, bro. All right, Pig for the 2 subs. Seek for the sub. Lock in. No more questions about that. Ashley for the sub. He thought he had friends. They were paid actors. I'm not going to read I'm going to read this dono. Then I'm going to read the title again. Then we're going to lock in. I'm not going to read any donos till we're done the video. Again, thank you for the 3. So please, if you're going to send a dono, don't get upset if I don't read it for like an hour. Nels, thank you for the 3. And we want to realize Space Marine 2. Send it in the video. Raptor for the sub. Cam for the 3. I want to say thank you for telling me through hard times. Check out Pink Today's. I want to share some of the check with you. Well, thank you for the 3, man. You did not need to do that. I appreciate you watching in general. That is all you need to do, man. I appreciate that, though. Lock it! He thought he had friends. They were paid actors.
What?
Matt?
What is going on?
This is Matt. He just found out that all these friends he'd gotten close to over the last couple of weeks were actually paid actors who were part of an elaborate reality TV hoax. It sounds like
that would fuck with me so hard. What did he think he was going on, like a Big Brother styled show, but it was all just about him in general? He thought they were also contestants. Isn't that literally just a remake of The Truman Show? This is like IRL. Well, The Truman Show, for those of you that don't know, is a movie with Jim Carrey where the premise is it's a really good movie, by the way. He's basically like, since he was a kid, grown up in a fake household in a fake neighborhood where he's never left his city, which is like really big, but everyone in the city is a paid actor, right? They all are just actors, and they film him from like, you know, the time that he was like 3 years old through adulthood. And the movie's about him like finally figuring out that he's in a fucking simulation. It's a spoiler. It's literally the premise of the movie. It's not really a spoiler. It's the summary of the plot, is that he's trying to figure out that he's in a simulation. It's a good movie. But I also will say it's like, it took him like 30 fucking years. I'm like, it'd take you 30 fucking years? You never left your goddamn city? Like, I understand they were like brainwashing him to a degree, but that's just fucking crazy. This is a lot more easy to pull off. Hey, you're on a reality show. You think everybody's also on the reality show? Turns out you're the only contestant. That'd be like mean. You're like competing in challenges and shit, and you're like, damn, I'm winning all these. I'm doing so good.
hoax. It sounds like a pretty mean prank because it was, but my boy Matt ended up getting the last laugh. This image actually became kind of a meme several years ago, but not everyone knows the full story behind it.
What would you do if your entire world turned out to be fake? If an army of writers, producers, and actors spent over a year creating TV's most elaborate experiment around you? If they plotted your every move, recorded...
I wonder how they chose the guy. Like, do you think they specifically tried to get him because they thought he wouldn't know? There's no way it was a random person. They probably had a high selection process for, like, who it would be. You think you would figure it out? If you were on, like, a reality show living in a house, because it's already recorded. So that, like, removes the, why are there cameras? So it's like, that part's normal. I feel like I would figure it out. At some point. I mean, are they really actors if all they're doing is playing in a game show? They're basically just in the game show. If you're in a if I enter a reality TV thing and I'm like going to the Jersey Shore and everybody around me is a paid actor, like you're still just doing the same shit you do. You're just maybe nicer to me or something. Like, I feel like it's not really Truman Show-esque.
It 24 hours a day and put it on national television. Well, that's exactly what happened to this guy.
This is the Joe Schmo Show, which aired in...
Okay, what? Joe Schmo. This is literally just a rip of The Truman Show. I will have to say, the one thing about The Truman Show that's so fucking mind-numbingly stupid is, yes, it has the same vibe as like a 24-hour stream like the Mafia-thon, so people would tune in. But it's just like secret camos just like recording his whole life and shit. And it's the #1 show in the world. 95% of the show would be boring as fuck. If somebody recorded and live streamed your life at all times, 85% of the time, you're sitting on your phone. You're taking a shit. You're sleeping. Right? Like, and people are like, wow, this is riveting content. Like, I'd rather watch something scripted. What the fuck? And it's not like they put him in the movie. They don't put him through like crazy challenges. He lives like the basic ass white picket fence American dream life. He goes to work, does a boring ass 9 to 5, buys the paper and is like, hey, Frank. And Frank, a paid actor, goes, hey, Truman. It's like, this isn't, what's entertaining about this?
2000.
Literally Kai's and Hat streams. Bro, I will say, I think subathon streams are like overhyped, if that's the best way to put it. They have good moments, but I think the idea of having like a 30-day subathon, bro, 80% of the stream is asking for subs to keep the stream going, sleeping, sitting around actually doing nothing, or waiting for something to happen. Unless it's fully planned, Ludwig Subathon, I liked Ludwig Subathon. I liked Ludwig Subathon because it was the descent into madness. Ludwig Subathon was not meant to go that long. He was the dude that made it happen. Kai Cenats and Speed and all these guys, they have like pre-planned things. Like the phase one's going to happen. So they keep it entertaining. But it's like, you could tell it's just like this, and this. When you would log into Ludwig Subathon 3 years ago, and it was 20 days in, and he's just solo content. And he's just like, and you could tell he's just done. That was the shit. Because it's like, this guy's been streaming for 3 weeks. But every time when I like log on to like the Mafia-thon, and he's energetic, right? And it's like, this is the first day of the stream. And they have scripted things that they're doing and planning. I'm like, this just feels like a regular ass stream. It's not like different, if that makes sense. The subathon was different. Now it's not anymore. What's a subathon? Where you sub for a certain amount of time and that adds, like, there's a timer. Say there was like an hour left on stream. And if you subbed, it would add however many designated seconds. For like Ludwig Subathon, I think it was like a minute or two. Kai's, it's like 3 seconds.
2003. On Spike TV, a network that was previously known.
Ludwig pioneered the subathons. Ludwig pioneered so much. All right, lock in. We're 50 seconds into the video.
On Spike TV, a network that was previously known as TNN, and then they later changed it to just Spike, and now it's called the Paramount Network. But at the time, it was Spike TV, the first network for men. That was their actual slogan during that time, so you can imagine what kind of content would be on a channel geared towards young men in 2003. Does anybody remember Stripperella? Probably not.
Stripperella? That was a real cartoon.
Most of the Spike TV content that wasn't reruns of Star Trek was pretty forgettable. But I will always remember the Joe Schmo Show, and here's why.
Oh my God, how long did they have the show run on for? Nah, now he's bringing me into it. I was thinking this is like a 2-week show.
Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
I don't know if you know this, but YouTube subscribers don't really show my videos. Yet, I still set up of the Joe Schmo Show. They told my boy Matt that he was selected to be one of 9 contestants on a reality competition show called Lap of Luxury. Lap of Luxury is your basic Big Brother style show where everyone lives together in a big house and they compete in challenges and people get voted out one by one until just one person.
Nah, you would feel like such a cornball. Oh my God. There's a voting process. There's a voting process. Imagine they bring you to the very end And you're like, I fucking high IQ'd the shit out of this. I'm final 2. I deserve to win. And they're like, congrats. It's all fake. You were scripted to win from the very beginning.
Remains and they win the grand prize, which in this case was $100,000. But the twist is that all of
What year was this? 100 grand.
the other contestants were actually actors who were playing characters, and most of what they did was carefully scripted, all of this being unknown to Matt.
Today, Molly is going to confide in Matt.
Are Ralph and I still flirting with each other when he comes in?
Yeah.
No! Are they gonna have like somebody come on to him and like flirt with him and shit? Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he got Truman Showed. It's funny going back to watch this
Actually getting Truman Showed. I never knew this was a show that existed.
show now because a couple of those actors went on to more prominent roles. The
Oh
most
my god! What is his name from Always Sunny? Stop. Oh my god, he's the priest that becomes homeless because they manipulate him. He's like my favorite character outside of Charlie and Danny DeVito. Rickety Cricket. That's what they call him. Yeah. Cricket.
notable example being Kristen Wiig, who played this character Dr. Pat, and of course later went on to become a top 5 all-time SNL cast member.
I'm just so freaking excited.
It's just strange to remember that there was a point where Kristen Wiig was so unknown that she could be on a show like this.
Bro, you know the most underrated SNL person is Bill Hader. He was on that show for like 10 years and everybody was like, oh, it's Bill Hader. Bro, he's such a good actor.
It's called the Joe Schmo Show because
like anything that he's in, he does really well in.
the point was to find the most simple, unsuspecting, average dude possible, a regular Joe Schmo, and throw him into a house with 9 crazy people and see how much they can fuck.
Like the most boring guy possible. So what do? I work at an accounting firm. It's kind of a desk job.
With him. It kind of sounds like some dystopian psychological experiment. It's totally not the type of thing I would normally be into. It's just kind of cynical and mean-spirited. They call the guy Joe Schmo, for God's sake. But let's talk about the Schmo. His name's Matt, like I said, and he's a law school dropout
They should have gotten a guy named Joe.
who lives with his parents and delivers pizza for a living. The exact kind
Oh my God. Nah, see, they handpicked this motherfucker. They handpicked this motherfucker. Matt delivers pizzas, lives with his parents. He's 30.
of homegrown white bread schmuck they were looking for.
Oh my God, he plays rec league basketball. Stop. Nah, they're literally just making fun of this guy. No, this is fucked up. He plays rec league, like fucking like C-League rec basketball. Like just you and your boys.
Matt is confident and
Plays D&D on weekends.
outgoing, but
This is mean.
also pretty goofy, a little awkward. He's one of those guys with no
And he's from Pittsburgh.
filter, just kind of says the first thing that comes to his head, which leads to a lot of foot in mouth moments.
You're gay, huh?
Ooh. Out of the blue, this is the intro. This is the intro to the show. They're just standing with the host. So you're like gay, right?
Huh?
Yeah. He looked at me like, yeah, I'm gay, so what? You know what I mean? Which he's right. Why would I have said that?
But here's the thing, he's all
Matt just walks up to the gay guy unprompted. Yo, I just want to let you know, respect. The guy's like, what? I really fuck with what you stand for. I'd be like, bro, what are you talking about?
also really kind and friendly. He's polite.
Molly, I guess you like to pray before you eat?
The moment of silence was my suggestion. I don't pray, but I knew that she did.
We all have a lot to be thankful for anyway.
Helpful.
Trust me, nobody wants us to go faster than I do. Nobody warned me about this.
Really? It's cute.
I feel like fucking
Bro, if I was an actor, I would just act like I'm on a game show. Or do they have to specifically do certain things to kind of like steer Matt in a specific direction? I feel like this would be really easy to be an actor for this.
I see your point.
This is my first
Yeah, I see your
big
point. I
exposure
definitely
television
see your
gig.
point about it. And I don't think it'll have detrimental effects upon your career, really.
And respectful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Matt just turned his back out of respect for, you know, this relationship. He turned his back so we could talk.
And what is this screen grab? What are they arguing or something? He's just making a face
to each other.
And the first person to speak up when someone is being bullied or treated unfairly.
Kid,
What?
if you don't let go,
Come
I'm gonna throw you in the freaking pool every opportunity I get.
Don't even say that.
You are not throwing him in the pool. I will whoop your ass if you throw him in the pool.
You kind of immediately
That didn't even really seem like bullying. That seemed like really weird banter, like kind of cringy almost.
like the guy.
Hey, dude, I wanted to say, when I said you're gay before, don't get pissed.
I think Matt definitely.
Don't get pissed, bro. It's not like, no, like I didn't mean it like that, or and no, I'm not into you. I just need to put that out there. And I'm just, you know, I'm just setting a wall up, but I just
felt bad. I mean, you could tell Matt was just really sincere when he said it.
I'm an ally, just so you know that, for real.
I mean, that's pretty woke for a straight white guy in 2003. And although it's
this was 2003.
clear that Matt understands that he's in a competition, or
Bro, they better give him $100K though, right? Do you think they'll give him 100 grand? Oh my God. Because that's the prize money. I wouldn't give a fuck if they Truman showed me if they gave me 100K. They better. If they didn't, I'd be like, I'm suing this fucking company.
at least he thinks he is. You really get the sense that he's just happy to have this experience and to meet all these interesting people, some of whom he really comes to like and respect, like Earl, for example, the grizzled veteran who opens up to him and becomes somewhat of a father figure.
Really glad that we met. And
oh my God, no, but this would be the biggest mind fuck. Oh my God, because all of their lives are fake. All of their lives are fake. All of their names aren't actually their names. You would fucking, at the end of it, you'd be like, you're not a veteran. You'd be like, yeah, my name's Larry. I'm a mall cop. What? We had a heart-to-heart. I'd be tweaking.
say that I'm better off for having known you.
Way too many people in the hot tub. Yeah. Somebody said that. Valid point, whoever fucking said that in chat. This is at most a 5-person hot tub. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Thanks.
So,
like, when you know the hot tub's crammed when there's a motherfucker in the middle and he's not even sitting. There's no seat. He's just like in the middle of the hot tub. This is the worst spot. Being dead middle.
Thanks.
So of course, this makes it even more upsetting that it's all fake and they're going through all the trouble just to stress this really nice guy out on national television. In the first few episodes, the whole point of the show is just to put Matt in humiliating situations and screw with his emotions. They constantly do these little cutaways where the actors or the crew smugly discusses the schemes they've created or how hilarious it is that Matt is falling for their little prank.
Can you give it some rhythm? Ha, 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 ha.
I really wanted him to make noise, like make a sound. I don't know, I just thought it would be funny. I'm sorry, Matt.
At 2, Kristen. There's this one scene where Matt is genuinely upset with another housemate named Hutch, who is being an asshole because he's the asshole. It's literally the script. And they show a split screen revealing the rest of the cast and crew just laughing at Matt while he's going through this emotional moment. It's really off-putting to me, but I guess that's the show. So like I said, Matt is not just some goofball. He actually tries to play the game. He strategizes, he forms alliances. He's getting closer.
Bro, like, you know how bad this could go, though? What if Matt was, like, not a chill guy? Yeah, they had to do some background research. What if Matt was, like, cripplingly racist in this game? Like, when he did a confessional, he was like, yeah, I don't like that guy. Like, just fucking said something out of pocket. Like, that could have been bad.
With his housemates, but he's definitely there to try and
Because
win.
they wouldn't remove him from the show. Like, in a regular reality show, like Big Brother, that's happened. And they get kicked off. Like, because they try to fist fight somebody.
The cash. But of course, this entire
It was 2003. Yeah, they probably would have kept it rolling. If that happened, they probably would have been like, oh, this is content. Yeah.
show is scripted, so none of his strategy really matters. Like, there's this girl, Ashley, who was
the biggest show that makes you realize how fucking crazy, like, early 2000s reality TV was is the fucking Rock of Love. Watch a season of Rock of Love. The entire show is about, like, a now fallen off rock star, Bret Michaels, with, like, all these women that he immediately eliminates. Oh, dude, it's the craziest show you've ever seen. In the first episode, his boy comes up and he picks out 4 women and he's like, "You're too fucking ugly." Kicks them out. They fucking flew all the way here, signed contracts, got ready. You're fucking ugly. You gotta leave. And then after that, the entire time, Bret Michaels is like, "There's just so many hot babes. So many hot babes around here. I'm really ready." Like, dude, just watch the show. It is insane. It feels like an SNL show. It's real. Like, all of it is just them. And none of them, I don't even think they get, I don't know if they get money as a prize.
Really nice to Matt at first, but then kind of did a heel turn.
Why have you seen it? I saw Papa Meat do a review of it, and then I actually watched the full season, and it's nuts.
Into being very conniving and cold to him. And of course, good guy Matt doesn't like that, so he tries to rally support towards getting her voted off of the show. But the producers throw Matt a sadistic curveball.
The deciding vote in tonight's eviction ceremony. Earl.
Who's Earl?
With 4 votes.
Is Earl the veteran? No, is Earl the veteran? Oh my God.
You've been cut off from the lap of luxury.
It was
Why would they do? I feel like immediately there I'd be like, this show's a fucking piece of shit. I like out of nowhere,
and didn't really make sense in the story because
I feel like that would be the first given, dude. Everybody's talking about these 2 random people, and then they just vote off Earl.
Everyone appeared to like Earl. It was done purely to fuck with Matt, who had become very close with Earl, or at least he thought he was getting close to Earl. But the creators of this show couldn't predict just how much this elimination would affect Matt.
Oh, does he crash out? You guys gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my God, he's crying.
$100,000. Think about the events that led up to this moment. Learn from them. And get some rest. It's been a hard night, and it's going to be a big day tomorrow.
Seeing how sad Earl's eviction made Matt caused almost all of the actors to halfway break character and try to take care of him or cry alongside of him.
Yeah, I know, me. I was sad too.
Dude, I was sad for real.
It's just not worth any amount of money. It's just not. And no one watching will understand.
He could just, like, voluntarily leave the show. That would have scuffed this whole thing.
Until you're in the position, you have no idea.
But here's the thing. I think audiences did understand. There's a reason that everyone on reality TV seems to be a vapid sociopath, because they're carefully selected based on certain qualities that make for exciting television. Matt was selected.
Damn, I never even thought about that. Like, most reality TV cast members from, like, the early 2000s are all narcissists. At least in that time. Like, all of the Jersey Shore cast. Like, everybody in the Jersey Shore. Not anymore. I think a lot of them have humbled since, but if you watch Jersey Shore, literally all of them are like obsessed with themselves from the get-go.
To be the exact opposite of that. He's the schmo. That was the whole joke. And I think what the producers didn't realize before this point is that because Matt was such a
Jersey Shore was crazy, bro. Nobody knows how nobody realizes how big Jersey Shore was. When Jersey Shore was being filmed, they would leave the crowds kind of out of frame most of the time. Like season 2 of Jersey Shore, when they would walk to a bar, there would be hordes of people waiting to see like Snooki, and then she would get in a fucking fist fight and get arrested or some shit.
Relatable, admirable guy, and also because this whole setup is pretty fucking cruel in general, the audience would begin to root for him. I know I did. Matt wasn't the schmo anymore. He was the hero, and the producers and the actors became the antagonists. The best moments in the show are not when the producers are laughing about how well their prank is going. My favorites are the times when Matt surprises the producers or does something that inadvertently ruins their cynical plan. Like there was this one competition where Matt had to put his hand on a porn star's breast, and if he removed it, he lost the game. Again, it was Spike TV in 2000.
That was a bro, and he was like, "Yeah, this makes sense. This is a real mini game." I'd be like, "This can't be real. This is gonna be broadcasted."
Almost all of the
early Mr. Beast challenge
competitions involved breasts. That probably sounds like an exaggeration, but you'd be surprised. Anyway, the producers basically were like, of course, Matt is a horny caveman. There's no way he's ever gonna let go of that breast. But Matt strategically loses the game on purpose. It's complicated, but basically if he lost the game, he knew he would get his own room, which he really wanted. You have to watch the show to get the context. And since the script said that Matt was meant to win that challenge, they had to scramble to update their plans for that episode. Or this sumo competition they had to do, which was also designed for Matt to win. But after he accidentally injures Dr. Pat, he unexpectedly chooses to give her the prize he won. It's good guy Matt. So when they literally break his spirit to the extent that he's full—
Bro, this sounds like the nicest guy ever. Of course it's scripted. Bro, see, nah, are you being a conspiracy theorist right now? Is this motherfucker— This was 2003, okay? In modern times, this would be scripted. Matt would actually not be Truman Show, you know, Jim Carrey. He would be in on it, acting like he's not in on it. 2003, they'd do this to someone. In 2003, they actually conned a guy into thinking he was in a reality show.
On balling on national television.
I think it was also a lot easier to trick people then. Would you agree with that? I feel like social media now, I'm not saying people are smarter necessarily. It's just more so like, I think if you tried to do this now, people would pick up on it a lot faster. Even if they had no cell phones. If it was like 2025, they tried to remake Joe Schmo, you'd be like, bro, you're not like, this ain't a real fucking challenge.
Even they have to ask themselves,
are we the baddies?
The actors were sort of second guessing like the whole process of the whole thing.
And we were devastated to, you know, hurt him in any way. And we didn't want that to happen.
And ultimately, this would lead to a complete change in tone halfway through the show. Now, instead of putting Matt in awkward or embarrassing situations just for laughs, most of the story was now designed to make Matt look good. They put him in competitions that he was likely to be good at to make it easier for him to win. Like there was a game where they had to do a cannonball into the pool to splash enough water onto a woman's t-shirt.
Bro, why does every fucking challenge— oh, it's because it's Spike TV, the first show for men. White t-shirt contest. What the fuck?
Look, I told you.
Literally the Gooner Show. Every challenge has to do with boobs. I'd be like, come on. All right, this is the 5th challenge that has a boob-related goal.
Matt was the biggest guy there, clearly rigged in his favor. And like Matt spent some time in law school, so they did a debate competition, which is very subtle. They put him in situations where he had to make a moral choice, but it was extremely obvious what the correct choice was.
Both Ashley and Hutch want me to vote Brian off. you know, I know what I have to do.
Like, are you gonna betray the closest friend you've made in the house or go along with these two people who have been assholes to you the whole show? But Matt still ends up looking virtuous for making the honorable choice. Even the tone of the behind the scenes commentary shifted dramatically.
First day, real. We're gonna get him hooked.
God, it's probably so weird near the end, though. I feel like it's easy to be an actor at the start when there's like 9 other actors talking to Matt. When you're the final 3 and Matt's talking to you all day, every day, and you're just like, he's going to try and get to know you, and you're going to make up your life. Like you're going to make up your job, where you're from, who your friends are, what your passions are, because you're not playing you.
Line and sinker, and we can afford to get outrageous later.
Let's absolutely just keep it going. This guy is gonna have the night of his life.
Matt was truly now the hero of the Joe Schmo Show. The last big prank of the show was to make Hutch, the undeserving asshole, the ultimate winner of Lap of Luxury, which is pretty funny because he was kind of a cartoon villain on the show, so that would be a super unsatisfying conclusion. But shortly after, they finally revealed the true nature of the show to Matt, which I'll talk about right after I tell you about the annual plan. So, description.
Come on, guys, raise your hand if you're an actor as well. Please, I mean, come on.
Oh my God, now I gotta rewind.
Off the annual plan. So basically, it's a very good time to take advantage of this bundle. Just check out the—
Oh my God, no. Stop.
Check out—
Please, I mean, come on. Let's be honest about this.
What?
Yeah. I feel like I'd faint. Bro, he was there for like a month.
Matt?
What is going on? What is going on?
There's something we've been meaning to tell you.
What's that?
Yo, main character energy though. The main character energy you'd feel though, it'd be slightly embarrassing, but like you think you're just a contestant that lost, you'd be like, wait, this whole show's about me. Wait, this entire show's about— the entire show is about me, all of it. Every aspect. I feel like, and then do you think he immediately started putting pieces together after they told him, like, oh, that makes perfect sense now? Because there has to be some things that he was utterly confused about, like the veteran getting voted off, like off rip, the most likable guy in the show.
The only real thing on this reality show is you.
Oh my God.
So as I mentioned, the prize for—
Bro, that's kind of lame as hell though, because then I'd be like, nah, I thought y'all were my friends.
This fake reality show was $100,000. And they don't mention throughout the show whether they plan to give Matt that money. I mean,
oh my God, do they never say if they give him the money?
You kind of assume they're going to. That would be so shitty if they didn't. And they do. I think they better if you
Wait,
sign—
I accidentally rewinded. Okay, now that's fine. That's fine. I'm not upset anymore. All right, that's good. Because then he just auto wins
at the end. But because of how the show changed, it wasn't like, hey, sorry for traumatizing you, here's 100 stacks. It ended up being a celebration of Matt and how solid a dude he is.
He's the sweetest thing. I mean, he is the sweetest thing.
Matt, I love you. You're an amazing
Do you think he ever became friends with some of them?
person, and you've surprised everyone on this project with how big your heart is.
Matt's he's a genuine guy.
He's top 5 of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. I mean, he's just a great guy.
He's top 5. I mean, Matt's just got to be all around dude, right? Wow. My friend Gary's probably number 1. Matt might be number 3. I don't know.
The power of boredom.
God. It's all for you, man.
Oh, is he watching it?
It's all for you.
Thank you so much.
Like, they could have pulled any awkward goober off of the street and gave him $100,000, but they got my boy Matt. And you like when good things happen to good people. But the real reason I love—
How much is $100,000 in 2003 now? 175,000. So you got like a fifth of a mil.
This story is because it's a story of pure human goodness overcoming cynicism. They literally had to rearrange their whole show because of one man.
That's nothing. What the fuck do you mean that's nothing? He got 175K for a month.
Integrity. They were forced to abandon their sadistic premise.
Yeah, it's not retirement money, but it's still like, bro, that's seed money to pay off student loans, invest till you could retire early.
Of just fucking with a guy for kicks and turn the show into basically a surprise party in his honor.
And you get boobs, what a bonus. Yeah, and he got a hold of porn star's boob in the show.
There were 2 more seasons of the Joe Schmo show, but you can tell they were trying to intentionally capture.
Oh, why did they? No. They tried to do it again. Oh, that's stupid.
The magic that Matt unexpectedly brought to the first season. And it's not really organic, so it doesn't really hit the same way. It's so
yeah, and they got a guy that literally is just like a dupe of Matt.
Easy to get sucked up into negativity. I just thought it was cool to see an example of human decency finally winning the day. That's just me though. What do you think?
I loved this fucking video. Oh my God. Masterclass of cruelty and manipulation. I can't believe they saw the Truman Show and thought, let's do that. Yeah, the entire point of the Truman Show. This is really fucked up they did that. Why don't we do that? Why don't we go make this a reality? No wonder he dropped out of law school. He's a soul and a good heart. Oh my God. Once a grown man in 2003 cry as this competition is voted out. Yo, that's actually very true. 2003, you would kind of be made fun of for that. That would be seen as like very weak. If I didn't really think about it, but yeah, like 2003, bro, 22 years ago, you'd cry on a fucking TV show. People would be like, yo, you're lame. Rocky Body Burrito, Navy and Sky Snow for the sub. Dr. Rocket, Mini, Robin, Nick Chunky, thank you for the 3. Nobody, you do the Ice Bucket Challenge. Rose for the sub. Cam, thank you for the 3. You should do a wet t-shirt contest. No. I hit big for the sub. Lexi, FR, Serpex Cole, Andrew Dookie, GG, and Safe for the subs. Moon, thank you for the 1,000 buddies. Thank you for everything you've done with me. There was a point in time where I only lived for your stream, and you convinced me to get the help I needed. Well, I'm glad that you're getting the help you need, man. Suicide's never the answer. I'm doing amazing now. My life's never been better. To anybody struggling with suicidal thoughts, it does get better. Get the help you need. Well, I'm glad that you're getting the help you need, Moon. Jace, thank you for the 3. All my friends will sign up for the Marines in May. We decided to stay another semester in college. I'm really not wanting to go. It's just not for me, I don't think. I don't want to let them down, though, and I'm scared of what they'll think of me. Brother, you got to put yourself first and foremost. That's a big decision to commit to the Marines. You know, that's not something where you just do it because of either FOMO or your friends are, you know, going to make fun of you or something. Like, you have to, that's your life, you know? Like, if they're your friends, they'll be fine with it. Must, thank you for the 3. I went through hell to get these. Please read me a short bedtime story. Mustache, no. Thank you for the 3, though. Initial, thank you for the 1,000 videos. Watch the longer, shorter. You inspired me to do social media, etc. Not advertise. Want to do philosophy. Watch them all. A lot of books. I'm a year younger than you, but I want to give you what I can spare because it does really mean a lot. I struggled with a lot in life, but you make it a lot easier, and I work and listen to your videos and work, so keep it. Thanks, man. Well, thank you for the 1,000 videos, dude. And fucking good luck, and I hope you're all right. Hug and big for the sub. Over, thank you for the 3. Don't read out loud. We already talked about it. You're for the sub face. Thank you for the 4. But watch this is the Rocket League. 3 years I never realized you became so mainstream, but I found out my sister liked you. It was trying to realize you're famous now. Sneaky in Dallas for the sub. I think fame's subjective. And also the idea of fame's kind of stupid. But thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Fred and Average for the sub. Boy for the sub. Gabe, thank you for the 3. I'm just a motherfucker that streams for a living. I mean, there's nothing special about me. Love the stream, Joe. You get me through days. A lot of work in class. I'm excited for the next weekend. Go to UGA and Alabama football game. Well, dude, I hope we have fun. Dead for the sub. CJC for the 3. Girl broke up with me, told me that I should kill myself. She never loved me, but that's besides the point. I was scrolling on IG, follow upon one of her videos. I clicked on the account, and I see she's following my best friend. A lot happened. I asked her what's up, and I get a video of her cheating on me with my friend. Then she says, this is during our relationship. I really do not know what to do. Can you help me? Block you and your fucking dumbass, cuck-ass friend. They're not your friend, and that's not your girlfriend anymore. Block both of them. Don't talk to them anymore. They're not worth your time. I'm sorry that even happened to you in the beginning, bro. That's fucked up. But don't speak to them, you know? Dead for the sub. Para, thank you for the 5. Me and my girlfriend, I love your videos. She says you remind her of me, and low-key, I want to start my own content like yours, and you inspire me. Well, dude, good luck in your content journey. Jay, thank you for the 3. Girl I really like, barely talked to her. I want to get her number. I feel like I should get a decent relationship with her first. That's really up to you, man. If you want to ask her out or if you want to try and be friends first, that's kind of a path that you're going to have to decide if you want to go down. Bartolozzi, thank you for the tier 3. DX and Ashley for the subgrade for the 3. In a long-term relationship, do you think it's better to end things on terrible terms and have no love left for the person, or good terms, but you have to break up due to circumstances out of your control? Depends on the situation. Totally thank you for the 3. I'm sorry for bringing it up a question. I just want to let you know my B. Domino's and Devour for the sub. Raptor, Emily, Neil, thank you for the 3. When you play Space Marines video, such tab, games, such tab. Sorry for the sub. Arm, thank you for the 4. Would you rather fight a bear or Brock Lesnar? Brock Lesnar. EA and Hunter for the sub. Relic for the 3. Would you rather be a strawberry with human thoughts or a human with strawberry thoughts? Strawberry with human thoughts. Dub, thank you for the 5. Coming from YouTube, you entertained me. Thank you, Elliot 4 and Snow for the sub. Chat. Next video. React Day today. Tomorrow, Lego review at 1, or Lego building stream at 1 EST. Sunday live at 1 doing a reaction, then a Dorito review for like 40 bags of Doritos. Monday, I'm doing an FMV game, Dead Reset, and then random games after that. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday's horror. Thursday, we're going to be doing Baby Steps, random games, and rematch for season 1 update. Friday is going to be reacts and Clover Pit, and then next Saturday, full philosophy stream. If you have any videos with options, you have to play video, such tab. That was talking very fast. I have to go piss real quick, then we're going to hop into the next fucking video. Count me down. Hold up. Un momento. Hold up. Okay. Lock in. Next video, chat. Hold up. Sorry, responding to an editor. Un momento. Yeah. Okay. Chat. It is time for another video. But I am first doing this. I'm sorry I'm taking forever. We're going to lock in fucking T-minus 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Now we're locking in. Okay. Next video. Arby's for the subs, only for the 3. I have a groin injury. I had to put an icy out on my balls. J Bass, thank you for the 3. First time watching the stream. Welcome, David, for the 3. Life is like a PP. It's hard to control. Sometimes it's hard, but it's out of your control. Soon for the sub. Armpit for the 4. All right. Your brain is making choices without you. Lock in chat.
Here are the weird things your brain...
Wait.
Hey, children. Here are the weird things your brain does without asking you. Number 1, you flinch before you even know what's happening. Have you ever knocked some object over and caught it instantly before it hit the ground and thought you'd achieve Spidey sense? That's called a reflex, aka...
Okay, I will say, have you ever been laying down and you're like, I need to get up? And you're like, I don't want to fucking get up. And then out of nowhere, it feels like you stand up without communicating word-wise in your head to stand up. That might not be relatable. Like, if I'm laying there, I'm not even saying I need to get up now. I just did it. Like, I didn't in my head go, I'm going to get up now. Right? Because sometimes, like, you'll go, I'm going to go on a run. And then you go do the things to go on a run. But I'm not saying in my head, I need to do this. I just do it. That's so fucking freaky to me. Like, there's a level of detachment in your own brain between, you know, you're still commanding it what to do, but it's like a nonverbal agreement that you're just doing something with no in-brain communication.
A, the spinal reflex arc. It happens so fast that the signals
Like,
don't
I
even...
just crossed my legs and I didn't even fucking think about it. Oh my God. So that's so fucking weird. I wasn't thinking about it. It's different from like, oh, I'm breathing and blinking, right? Like where it's like non-manual controls. Like I had to physically move my legs and no part of me was like, I'm going to do that now. I didn't say, oh, I'm uncomfortable. I just did it.
Go all the way to your brain. They hit the spinal cord and the action is already done. It's one of the only systems in your body that can override thought completely. And your brain trusts it so much, it doesn't even check in. That's why you don't even know. And when your thoughts finally catch up after you've already reacted, that's your awareness level.
Bro, this has nothing to do with it. You remember how yesterday I had like 4 flies in my room? I must have beaten a world record. I killed 30 flies yesterday. So serious. Not even an exaggeration. I killed 30 flies. There must have been a hive mind of those motherfuckers. I don't know what happened, but the second I ended stream, they started spawning out of thin air. There was like 30 of them. And I took out a fly swatter. I was just walking around. Boom, boom, boom. And I fucking, in my head, I was like, I'm rocking a kill streak right now. Like, that's how I know I'm in like brain rot video game terms. I literally was like, man, I'm on a 10-man right now. Like, this is crazy.
Lagging behind because it all happened in about...
And I started differentiating the skills of the flies, and I recognized the evolution difference between the two on intellect and reflex skills. Some of them outliers, right? One whack, dead. Not even a good hit from me. Dead. Some other ones, I mean, I'm talking Usain Bolts of the fly world, right? They're avoiding every hit. Like I'm going wham, wham, miss, 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 right? And then I outsmart him at some point. And it's easiest to kill a fly on a surface. I think I've gotten really good at killing flies. It's very easy to kill a fly that's landed on something. Now the real skill and I guess satisfaction, I sound like Dexter. The satisfaction here is when a fly is mid-air and you fucking shoot him down, dude. I'm talking he's wham! And you feel the weight of the fly's body hit the fucking fly swatter and you're like, I got him. I got him. Right? And then today, I saw another one, didn't even use a fly swatter. I felt like I was in Karate Kid. I saw it midair, and I went, and I knocked him cold, right? I didn't kill him. I stunned him. And he was on the fucking ground, crushed him.
0.2 seconds. But it only happens when your instincts think it's a high threat, like knocked a glass, and you saw a glance your mom is waiting with a belt, or touching something hot. So, yeah, you can pretty much say you're part-time Spider-Man. Number 2, you feel someone staring at you before you look.
Oh my God, stop. Oh. I've actually gotten really good at this at moments, especially when it's like, I've gotten really good at instantly knowing if somebody recognizes me in a room because of like, you know, if I'm out, like, say I'm out at, like, Topgolf, and I'm just looking around. I could, like, eyes glazed, scan a room of, like, 50 people, and it's like, where's Waldo? There's one guy just from 100 feet away. And I'm like, that guy knows me. It's a different type of stare. There's a stare where it's like a random person stare. Have you ever been looking at somebody in public, but you're not looking at them? Like, you're thinking in your brain, but your eyes are just kind of glazed over, just staring at something, and then somebody looks at you, and you're like... And now it's really awkward because, like, you want them to know that you were spacing out. You weren't directly staring at them, and you're not, like, trying to be weird. But it's like, I'm not going to walk up to them and be like, hey, by the way, I wasn't looking at you. Hey, by the way, I was actually thinking about what I was going to eat when I get home. Hey, by the way, I was actually having, like, existential thoughts in my brain. I wasn't, like, staring at you for, like, 5 minutes. My eyes weren't working in that. No, it's not like that. Right, it's like an intentful stare. There's a difference between the two. You can tell when somebody's looking at you versus glazed over.
Sitting in a cafe, lost in your phone, then something shifts.
And then the sight, you can get a big read on somebody depending on if they divert gaze on a lock. I immediately feel disturbed by an individual if they don't break the stare. If you're staring at me or, like, if say I'm staring at somebody and they look at me, immediate break, right? I'm talking the second we lock eyes, I'm darting, right? And you could say, oh, that's not alpha. No, it's fucking weird to be, like, making eye contact with somebody. So you just, like, look away. But then you meet him, you see a motherfucker. You ever had that? You're on a subway, you lock eyes with him, and he's just... I'm walking away. I'm walking 8 blocks from that motherfucker. Something's wrong with him. He had a bad day. I don't know what went wrong. That guy is scary.
You feel it in your gut. Someone was staring. Because even while you were distracted, your brain wasn't. Your brain comes packed with high-tech gear. It can detect tiny movements and run subconscious threat detection through things like
Bro's acting like my fucking brain's a goddamn sonar.
The amygdala.
I'm not a dolphin. Your brain comes tight packed with ways of recognizing your surroundings. Yeah, so I'll be able to tell if somebody's staring at me from 300 feet behind me.
And superior colliculus. It's the same reason you sometimes feel like someone's behind you when you're walking alone at night. Even if...
How often do you turn around? This is a good question. If you're walking alone at night, do you turn around? Never? Never? Bro, you're asking to die. Yo, I would say, like, every 5 seconds. Pivot. And when we were in Salem just recently, we're coming home from Boston back to Salem on a sub at, like, midnight. And it's me, Brooke, and Brooke's friend. And sitting behind us is some guy, 30 years old, hoodie up. I don't even turn around. I sit like this. So he's in my peripherals. Because I'm like, this guy looks like he'd stab someone. Like, just like Dexter, right? Like, literally, looked like a serial killer. I'm like, why do you got your hoodie on? So, you already told us this? I don't give a fuck. The whole time, I'm sitting there, and I'm just thinking how I could block him if he attacked. Is that crazy? Like, I was sitting there like, if he stabs, I'm going to sacrifice my left hand and then just grab his arm and fucking, like, pivot. Like, I don't know. Nothing happened, but I'm just like, I feel like that's good to have, like, a game plan.
If no one's there. Number 3.
You're paranoid? I am paranoid. What the fuck?
3. You solve problems in your sleep. You're almost done with your math homework. Only one problem left. And you've been staring at it for nearly an hour. Since you're tired, you just go straight to bed. And when you wake up, the solution just pops up as soon as you look at the problem again.
Never had that. Never had that. I've had instances where I'm trying to remember something and I can't. And like 3 hours later, out of nowhere, something triggers the memory and I go, oh, bananas. Oh, that's what it was. Right? You'll do stuff like that. The best thing the coolest thing to me is, have you ever had a dream at night? You forget about it. You wake up, you don't even remember it when you wake up. You're going about your day, 6 hours into your day, you grab like a barbell or something. And then it hits you and you're like, what? And out of nowhere, you remember a full dream. Like, and you're like, wow, that was last night. And in no part of you, the second you woke up, you weren't even thinking about it. And then out of nowhere, like 4 p.m., it's evening, you know, almost evening, and you just remember it.
That's called your brain's default mode network. While you're sleeping, it sorts thoughts like puzzle pieces. It digs through clutter, tests connections, reruns what you gave up on. Even your dreams are sometimes part of the cleanup crew. You thought you were resting, but your brain was editing, especially the medial prefrontal cortex. And here's the cool part. You can totally train brain to solve the problems, just like training muscles at the gym. And that's exactly what Brilliant, the sponsor of Just hit the link in the QR code on screen for sponsoring today's video. Number 4, your brain's autopilot mode. You ever walk all the way home, unlock your door, and realize,
bro, I said this the other day about playing video games. It is, if you hold a fucking, look how many fucking control, I know it's not that many buttons on a controller, it's even way more on a keyboard, but you will literally play a game and like not even thinking about it, you're locked in. Start being like, wait, I'm manually doing this. You immediately get fucked up. You're out of the flow state. You're like, this feels weird. Holding a controller. I do it the most when I'm playing like keyboard shooter games. Like if I'm playing Marvel Rivals, I'm hitting 15 buttons a second. Right, WASD, left click, right click, my middle mouse buttons shift. I'm hitting my abilities. I'm actively tabbing and looking at my alt charges. You're doing so many things at once and you don't even realize it. Driving's the biggest thing. Like if you don't have a license yet, most people in my chat probably have a license, but if you don't have a license, when you start driving, eventually you'll get so used to a route that you'll just like black out and you'll just get back to your apartment and you'll be like, I don't even remember driving here. Like, I don't remember going through this stoplight. Did I stop? I always panic about that. If I didn't stop at a stoplight, like, did I just run right through it because I wasn't paying attention?
You don't remember the whole journey until you're home. That's not forgetfulness. That's your brain doing 2 things at once, just like our computers. And that's called automaticity. When a routine gets practiced so deep, your brain hands it off to the background systems and frees up your conscious mind to think, dream, or stress about literally anything else.
And you notice it the most when you transition to like high traffic scenarios. If you're driving in like an inner city or somewhere you know where you are, blackout, right? You're thinking about other shit. The second you have to merge onto like a 6-lane highway during rush hour and there's cars flying everywhere, you immediately forget everything else you are in. If I fucking crash right now, I'm dying. Like, if I don't merge right on this fucking bridge, I'm done. Like, you're always locked in on a bridge. Any bridge, I'm full there. It's not autopilot. I'm going. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. And they always there's no space on a bridge. It's the fucking car, 1 foot, and then a median, or the fucking metal railing into an abyss of water.
And it's the same reason you get shower thoughts. Because your body's on autopilot, and your brain finally has space to connect weird ideas, solve stuff, or start a fake argument you'll never actually win. This sign isn't about instinct like flinching. It's about trust. Your brain is handling the outside world while your mind goes somewhere else. And thinking our brain could do such coordination is just amazing. Number 5, your emotions remember things you forgot. You smell something random, like your grandma's cologne, a street food, or the air after rain, and your whole chest tightens.
Bro, certain soaps be getting me. I don't even know the names of them. I'll be at like, bro, that gross-ass soap they have at like airports that comes in like gallon bags flashes me back to like preschool. Fuck. I am like, if I'm at an airport and I'm using that, like, not the foam soap, like that old, like, soap. Oh.
Titans. You don't even remember why, but the feeling hits hard. That's because olfactory signals go directly to the limbic system, especially the amygdala and
crayons. Yeah, the taste of crayons.
Hippocampus. Unlike other senses, smell skips the thalamus, so it hits emotion fast and hard, sometimes without conscious memory. That's why a scent can trigger a powerful emotional reaction, even if you don't remember.
Taste. That was a joke. Yeah, no, it's usually like perfumes or like certain smells of things. Bro, I love the smell of dogs. And that's usually like a hated on smell. It makes me happy because I love dogs. Like the smell of like dog fur, where it's just like they all golden retrievers smell exactly the same. Like when I was in Boston, this woman was walking her golden retriever and I started petting it and I was like, wow, this smells just like Daisy. Like this smells just like my dog. Like not word for word, I would not be able to tell the difference.
The source. And sometimes it reminds you when you least expect it.
Anthony redeemed viewer song of choice. After this video. Good evening for the sub. EA, thank you for the 3. Got into a car wreck at 18, flipped and rolled, woke up in the hospital 50K, scared to drive. When I watch the videos every day, I bought the Hogwarts Castle for the Lego, so you take time. Well, I hope you're all right, man. And you're going to build the Hogwarts one while I build the Wally and Eve? Bro, you're not going to finish the Hogwarts one. Isn't that huge? Hawk for the 3. Reading philosophy, had no idea where to start. Plato's 5 dialogue, starting there. Want to know your opinion? Yeah, usually starting with Greek philosophy is the best. Good and O for the sub. Plato's Republic, reading Aristotle. Just like earlier works, and then kind of diverting to specific philosophers, depending on how you agree or disagree. Mad for the sub, broken for the 3. R for the 5. There's a few exceptions to Chrome to add auto skip sponsors. Skay for the sub. Mick, thank you for the 3. Video such up. You put a video, your Bane blinds you for 2 hours every day by Kurt Skazat. Colton Senor for the sub. Send it there. Bando, thank you for the 3. Huddy for the 3. Me and my best friend decided to take mushrooms, 8-hour trip up the mountain, snowboard down. Also, you see the popular MMOs as 100-day sobers? I did. And that's great for him. And you're on mushrooms right now. Trust and Sin for the sub. Senor OO, Trust and Huddy for the sub. Joshua for the 1,000, but he says you're a psycho. David for the 3. Sometimes when I kill a spider, it's big. I feel bad. R-Wing, thank you for the 3. Poopy and Orbs for the sub. GG, Idion, that, Amalia. Flicks, Arby's, Trap for the sub. Sully for the 3. Got a Gorean injury. I already read that. D and O for the sub.
Number 6. You hear things that never happened. You ever feel your phone buzz, but there's no notification?
I'll feel my phone buzz, and it didn't buzz. I feel like that's just like random movement, though.
Or you hear someone called your name? That's not just you being paranoid. That's your brain predicting reality before it even happens. It's called phantom vibration. When a habit gets deep enough, your brain starts expecting it and fills in the blanks, even if nothing happened.
The most awkward version of this is when you think somebody said your name and you go, yo, what'd you say? And they were like, I wasn't talking to you. You're in a group conversation, you kind of zone out for a second, and you think somebody's directing something to you, and you're like, yo, what? I do that a lot. I'll zone out. I'll zone out heavy. Like, I'm talking mid-conversation. The second I'm not, like, actively involved, I'm just like, sorry, what? And I feel so bad, because then they have to keep repeating themselves, and I'm like, I feel like such a dick. But I can't help it. D and O for the sub.
Like hearing...
It's the weed? No, I always used to do it. Yeah, if I'm high, it's worse. But I don't think it's just the weed.
A voice in your head while reading a message. It's not imagination. It's memory, your auditory cortex.
I love the idea that I can play a song in my brain to perfect tune. Like, we were just listening to Stuck in the Middle with You, and I'm listening to the guy say it. But it's not the same. You know what I mean? Like, I could still play that. I could play, like, full-length songs in my head, but it's not, even though it sounds, it's so different from my brain having to make the sound versus the sound just entering my own head. Wavy, thank you for the 4. I have the Wally's head for super fun Lego set with the Wally track wheels. How long did it take you to make? Snap for the 3. Got a job interview with Dr. Pepper for my first real job. Any tips on advice? Agent for the sub. Just come prepared. That's about all you can do. D and O for the sub. I don't really have advice for that. I don't know what questions they're gonna hit you with for Keurig Dr. Pepper.
Firing like it's real. Because your brain doesn't just wait for sounds, it guesses them. And sometimes it's so sure, it forgets to ask if they're
Yo, sorry, boss. I timed you out for spam, and I heard about the David situation. We already talked about it like 3 times this stream.
real. If you want to watch more video like this, subscribe to my channel. See you.
Dude,
staff member-
I love that. I love that YouTuber. I don't know if it's AI.
Hey children.
Which I hate that I don't know what's AI or not, but I love this guy's videos. They're all like 5 minutes, and they're all just interesting topics about the brain. It is AI? I don't care. Do you think it's fully AI prompted or just AI voice stuff? That's such an interesting video, though. Like, just the topic. Agent for the Subway, V for the 3. Yo, what is the song you want me to listen to? Wavy for the 3. Depends on how focused you are, of course, but it took 2 to 3 hours. Fuck. I feel like I'm gonna have to lock in for the Lego set. I want to try and beat. I'm going live at 1 because I gotta get it done by like 5. You think I could beat? You think I could do? I keep saying beat. You think I could do this Lego set in 4 hours tomorrow? If I lock in. I would read chat, yap for, my plan is I'm going to read chat, yap, and just assemble. Read, yap. Right. And just lock in. I think I could get it in 4. It's 900 pieces, almost. We'll see. I think it'll take the entire stream, though. Give or take 2 to 3 hours. The biggest issue that I usually have is sometimes I'll fuck up a piece and then I'll recognize that like way later. That's the worst part of a Lego set. Is if I'm following instructions and then like 9 steps later, I'm like, wait, I put that on backwards. And then I have to go back and fix it. Connor for the sub, it sucks. Anyways, what's the song that chatter wants me to listen to? Yes, we talked about the David situation. Bellet, thank you for the 3. I don't know if you just showed up in the last 5 seconds, but literally 30 seconds ago, before you sent that, I just said that I talked about the David situation. I don't want to say I feel bad that you just sent bits to ask that, but I literally just said yes. Tony for the sub. Bell, thank you for the 3. Hi with my friends, Juice World unreleased. Where do I find that? On YouTube? I like Juice WRLD stuff. I don't know. Wrong version. What the fuck is this video that I'm watching? Like an AI Juice WRLD. All right, I'll let this play. I'm gonna go piss again before this next finish up. All right. Struck for the subway V for the 3. Yeah, you got to turn the stream. Might take the whole thing. It's an easy set, though. All right, word. Tony for the sub. I've done the big sets I've done aren't even necessarily big. The Thanos Gauntlet, I've done Rocket, Piranha Plant, the Bonsai Tree, a bunch of different flower sets. There's something else. I don't know. Struck for the sub. All right. Next video, chat. He proved streaming is impossible in 2025. I think this is about Ludwig. X, thank you for the 3. Best Juice unreleased is 38 special. I'm not listening to any more songs right now. Lock in. Hello for the sub.
Paid more than NBA players.
Hold on.
That is, streamers are getting paid more than NBA players.
That is not true. That is maybe like a bench player on the fucking, on like the Rockets or some shit. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? They're getting paid more? Hell no. I don't, in like, maybe like XQC. Yeah, XQC got 100 mil. Yeah, Kai X in like train wrecks.
That is, if you're looking at superstars like iShowSpeed, Kai Cenat, and Aiden Ross. But many people don't want to.
I mean, how much do you think they make? Bro, I feel like Kai makes. I feel like his YouTube isn't really big. Does Kai get good YouTube views anymore? He used to be mainly a YouTuber. I feel like now he's first and foremost like a Twitch streamer. He gets views, but I mean, he gets like 300-400K views a video, and he doesn't really post on his main. He posts on Kai Cenat Live. He gets like 200K, 300K, 275, but he posts like, dude, he posts like 4 times a day. Hold up. He's getting like 300K views a vid more 4 times a day. 4 times a day is crazy, bro. I post once a day and I post a lot. Like, that's a lot. Once a day. This YouTube channel alone, if I had to guess, probably makes like 5 mil a year. Right, he's posting 4 times a day every day. Maybe it's more for the Mafiathon, but I'm going to guess that YouTube channel probably makes like 5-6 mil. 5-6 mil, but his Twitch probably makes way more. His Twitch probably, his Mafiathon just on ad running in general thus far has probably raked in like a solid 10 mil.
To accept the reality that becoming a successful streamer in 2025 may just be impossible, but somebody was hell-bent on proving that wrong. The former world record holder for most subscribers in the world tried starting a new secret channel and came across some shocking results.
Yeah, I saw that. He said he was going to stream. He streamed nonstop until he got like 1 viewer, and he streamed like 10 hours and no one showed up for like days. Dude, because it's impossible. It's what I've been chirping about all the time. You cannot grow on Twitch from nothing. It is impossible. You can stream on Twitch after you have a fan base and grow, but all of Twitch is high-level recommendation pages. And if you're not top 5 in the category you're streaming, you're not going to fucking get views. And even if you are top 5, if you're streaming in a category that's dead.
Can I start a new Twitch channel and become successful again? Or was it all luck the first time? That's the question I wanted to find out.
I don't think it's all luck. I think Ludwig's one of the most entertaining and creative YouTubers I've seen. But I think a lot of his growth could be attributed originally to earlier Twitch and also his YouTube growth. I think YouTube cycles Twitch viewers.
Hugely successful streamer Ludwig discovered just how painful it is to get your first viewer on Twitch. And even after you build an audience, there are multiple stumbling blocks. The streamer Soluminati has delivered some pretty harsh truths about the current state of streaming himself.
Bro, Twitch is changing. A lot of y'all that's at the top, I say y'all is at the top of the pyramid. Y'all probably don't see what I see when you.
Bro, it really is the biggest pyramid that it's ever been. Like, and what I mean by that is the level of, like, width. You know what I mean? Like, Twitch in 2016 was like this. And then it's just, and Kai's at the tip. And now it's, like, thinning. It's like all the people at the bottom. Dude, the top 1% of streamers hold like 99% of the views. And that's like 10 guys. That's like 10 fucking people. You got to think, I'm ranked on Twitch Tracker like 195 on stream. That's you? It's not me. Kai has 20 times as many views as me. 20 of me equals Kai. Actually, it's more than that sometimes. Like, he has 195 ain't bad. I'm not saying 195 is bad at all. I'm saying the pyramid's crazy in that I'm one of the big Twitch streamers. But even I pale in comparison to Speed, Kai. Not really. XQC doesn't average as many viewers as he used to. But like earlier Twitch, XQC used to be like the biggest streamer. Like the biggest streamers used to average like 20, 30K, but so many streamers averaged around that frame. Now I feel like it's either you're stepping up to the next level or getting bumped down to like 5K Andy. I'm still a 5K Andy, right? I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying most Twitch streamers that grow hover around where I am.
Tap out and then you get a chance to look at what's taking place.
The original beauty of streaming was that it was a level playing field. With just a computer or even a phone, you could become the next Aiden Ross. But once you really break down what's happening now, it's become incredibly clear that this ship has well and truly sailed.
Ludwig's test.
The streamers we know and love today are all incredibly talented, and it would be foolish to assume that just anyone could maintain an audience's attention.
Well, it's really that I think the biggest... I don't want to say I'm not impressed, but it's less shocking that Speed and Kai are the biggest Twitch streamers because they have teams of 35. They're the Mr. Beasts of streaming, right? They have teams of people that put on this stuff. They're huge IRLs. Speed has groups of cameramen and editors and people that are directing him certain ways. They have security and all these people that are basically putting on a production, like a movie almost, for what they do. And then there's guys that are like desktop streamers. I'm a desktop streamer. I'm just fucking sitting talking. Even other big streamers, like XQC is a desktop streamer. I would say Aiden Ross is largely a desktop streamer, right? Like that's becoming increasingly rare at the top for guys that are desktop streamers to be the biggest.
For hours upon hours on a daily basis. At the same time,
Queso? Oh, bro, I would say Queso's the biggest desktop streamer. Is there anybody bigger that just streams? Queso is a desktop streamer that plays 99% solo games and never collabs. Like, the FaZe guys share a lot of viewers. And even, like, Jinxie. Like, Jinxie's huge, but, like, he does a lot of collab shit. Queso just, like, raw streams by himself. I would say Jinxie's smaller than Queso on Twitch. I think... Ooh, actually, no. I would say Queso's bigger on Twitch and YouTube. I think Jinxie's more known, but Queso has a way bigger dedicated fan base. They're both huge, though.
They did gain a lot of momentum from the wave of popularity streaming has experienced in the past 5 years. And Ludwig is a perfect example. He's a funny guy, but he also started during the early years of streaming when it was really developing in 2018 and benefited from the intense popularity streaming received during the pandemic. But just how much luck and talent played into his success is something he often gets asked.
I want to know the take that early streamers have if streaming was... Do you think streaming was easier or harder then? Like, do you think it was easier to be a streamer and become a streamer in, like, 2017 or now? There's way more viewers, but I think there's an even higher influx of streamers. I think it was easier to grow just because there was, you know, more potential to be seen just streaming. But there was also way less people watching. So it was like you had to fight for those viewers. But now I think it's like you're fucking fighting an uphill battle, right? You're scrapping for 5 people in 2016 versus you literally having to be as good as Kai Cenat to even get 5 viewers today, unless you're fucking able to transfer an audience.
It's about by his fans.
You see, after Streamer Games, I met a bunch of subscribers, and you guys were asking me some random questions, including questions about live streaming. And somebody asked me, Ludwig, could you do it all over again? If you had to start a Twitch channel from the ground up.
If I had to do it again, I'd just retire. I'd just retire from streaming. I'm not doing that again. Fuck no. Oh my God. What I would do, I wouldn't start over at Twitch. Like, I would have to go back to TikTok, run that up, fucking move that to Twitch, move that to YouTube, and back to Twitch. That's what I did. I did TikTok to Twitch to YouTube to Twitch. That's how I grew Twitch. Was TikTok initially, used Twitch content for YouTube, and then that YouTube content fueled Twitch. That's what I think modern streamers do. Older streamers like Lud, Hassan, Connor Eats Pants, all those guys grew raw on Twitch.
Could you become a successful streamer once again?
Cancer Bacon, Cookie, MMA, Parza, and Bird for the sub, LC for the 3. Thoughts about opening a cash up so we can send money straight to you? No. Lyra and Soggy for the sub. That is a surefire way to get audited by the IRS. Danish, thank you for the 3. Been struggling to figure out ways like job-wise, what to be in life like job-wise. Any tips? You got to test out things, see what your passion is, man. There's nothing else you can really do. It's just trying things out, seeing if you like it. Hello for the sub, X for the 3.
To which I said, of course, I'm good at talking to
chat. We already talked about the David situation. Please stop spamming that.
Chat. Then they brought up a good point. I wouldn't have a chat to talk to.
The sad reality is that there are many streams where simply nobody is watching, and this leads to a simple catch-22 situation. You need viewers to get popular, but you also need to be popular to get viewers. But Ludwig figured that it should make sense that if he generated millions of subs before, he should be able to do it all over again.
Now, not wanting to be the expert live streamer who doesn't know the answer to a question, I said, well, I would just talk as if there...
I think he could do it. Didn't he do it on YouTube? I thought that he did another experiment where he grew raw on YouTube and it was possible. I think that's easier. If you blow up on YouTube and you know how to blow up on YouTube, you could do it all over again. No problem. It might take a while, but you could do it because you know the method. Like, if an example is Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty tried YouTube for 5 years, right? Wasn't getting traction. Blew up, figured it out, got his niche, got an audience, doing great. If you plummeted him from 1 million to 0, I think he would get back to 1 million within a year. Because he would just make the same fucking content, thumbnail it the same on a new account. SC, thank you for the 50 fucking gifteds! Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 50 gifted. SC Pinac 24. Thank you for the fucking subs. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 50 gifted. Appreciate the fucking support to the channel, man. Thank you for the fucking 50 subs. You did not need to do that. Ali for the sub and SZ. Thank you for the 50 gifteds.
Was a chat there, but could I actually do that? I can basically go live with any title at all, and a few thousand people are guaranteed to show up. So can I actually live stream with no chat or better?
I don't know about that. I think if I went live, right now I have 5,000 people in stream. I think if I went live under the title League of Legends, I would get off rip like 4K and it would immediately plummet to like 1. Do it? No. What's like the worst game that I could play for my audience? Fucking Age of Empire. No, I feel like people would probably like that comparably. Some shit chess. Yeah. Chess. No commentary. Like, yeah, maybe Genshin Impact. Raid. Uno? I play Uno on stream all the time. What do you mean? Not all the time, but I played it multiple times. Grow a Garden. I think I would peak in viewers if I played Grow a Garden. I think if I played Roblox Brain Rock games, I think my chat would love that. I think they would eat that shit up if I was like, we're playing Grow a Garden for the entire stream. Jackie, thank you for the 4. Don't mean to sound rude. Can you please look at the unbanned request when you get it? Yeah, sure. Better be a good one. If you can't wait for an unbanned day, better be a good one. Better be a good one. I'm going to start making that a rule. I appreciate the 4, by the way. But if you don't wait for an unbanned day or for me to just go through it and you're like, hey, can I, or my mods to go through it, can I, you were saying you were jerking off to stream. That's why you got banned. You said W stream. It was your first chat was W stream. Your second chat was effectively not going to use the terminology you used. You said you were jerking off to stream. I understand that I haven't been here much, but I'm an avid viewer of YouTube, dabble in your philosophy, decided to stream. I'm pretty sure when I said those messages first chat, I want to say something stupid. Yeah, we'll unban you if you say any dumb shit ever again. Ever again. We're going to perma-ban you. Pug, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 10 gifteds. Pugs the Beast. W in the fucking chat. If you got a sub from them, thank them for the sub. Curious for the 3. Phantom for the sub. It's not that bro, yeah, your chat was, the reason you got banned, bro, there's people in chat that say stupid shit, right? The reason you got banned is because that was your second chat ever, right? So my mods are seeing that and going, this motherfucker's probably a loose cannon, you know? If your second chat in the history of Twitch chat is it's W stream, and then you basically saying you're gooning is, you know, kind of a telltale that you're not really going to be a great chatter. So, but whatever. Okay, lock in here. Mally up the sub.
Or yet, can I start a new Twitch channel and become successful again? Or was it all luck the first time?
Ludwig opened a new account called Retired Athlete 31 and started streaming in the Just Chatting category, which is the most popular section of Twitch.
I would say the worst section to grow naturally, though. I think the worst section to grow naturally. Just Chatting's the most popular section and therefore the hardest section to grow. Once you have an audience, people go there a lot. But, dude, there's right now, there's probably 10,000 streamers in Just Chatting. Am I able to look at that? If I go in Just Chatting and look at viewers high to low, you will see that it starts out with, Kai, Hassan, I'm here, right? 6K. Doug. If you wanted to go all the way to the fucking, you would have to oh my, what the fuck are some of these streams? You would have to go very far down to find a 0 viewer streamer. The majority of people in Just Chatting are already going to be hovering 10 to 30 viewers. You see how many people, 32, 29, 20. Most Twitch streamers hover between 10 and 30. If you're a 30 viewer Twitch streamer, you're probably ranked 10,730th. If you're a 100 viewer Twitch streamer, you're probably 5K. If you're a 200 viewer streamer, you're probably top 5,000. It scales that fast. Perplex for the sub, Molly for the sub.
Only problem was he was just chatting to himself.
This is my chat. Now, normally on my actual Twitch chat, there are always people there typing constantly throughout the day. This Twitch chat has no reason to have anybody in it because 0 people follow this Twitch channel. 0 people know it even exists. So I'm hoping we can get some people in here. I don't know how long it'll take. I don't know if anyone will even come in the first place, but I'm hoping I can get somebody in here.
When Ludwig's...
And what is he going to just try to grip onto that one guy that pops in? Oh, Fluffball 33. Please don't leave. Please don't. It's a bot. It's a bot just spamming links to another stream or some shit. That's going to be most of the early viewers you would get on stream is just bots that go into small viewer streams and promo other stuff.
Started streaming in 2018. Twitch had about 3.4 million unique broadcasters on.
Really? Monthly broadcasters 2012. Why was there none in 2016?
When Ludwig started streaming in 2018.
He started streaming in 2018? I thought Ludwig was before then. Damn, dude. Oh, is that COVID? Wow. Look at that. Look at that fucking spike. 2019, COVID, and then back down.
Twitch had about 3.4 million unique broadcasters.
Even right now, 7 million people stream on Twitch a month.
On
that seems more than I would have guessed. I don't know what number I would have thrown out if you had asked me without my knowledge of that. I probably would have guessed like 1 million.
Average per month. By 2025, this figure was now 7.1 million. So he was now faced with double the competition.
Boom! What is up? What is up, y'all? How we doing today? Chat. Chat, what is up? Welcome back to...
I feel like it's double the competition. I would love to see the stats on viewers, though. Do you think it's double the comp, double the viewers? I feel like it's double the comp, 1.5 the viewers. Maybe 3 times. I don't know. I wonder if there's more Twitch streamers. I wonder what the ratio is.
The stream. What's my goal today? My goal is 1 follower. I like that. That's an achievement.
I hate how Twitch has this shit. I know it's supposed to be motivating, but it's like, make sure to set goals for yourself. Fucking so stupid. It's like, it doesn't help promote anything. Oh my God. And then they have like, now they have like random tickets for like gifted subs and other things that you could have. They're adding so many weird mechanics into stream.
Achievable goal. All right, when that shit is complete, I'm a happy man. All right, well, I'm just gonna keep chat up on the side here, and I don't know. I guess let's just start doing some stuff today. So first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to bang.
I think just chatting is the worst category you could stream in as an initial streamer, because you need a chat to bounce off of. I think you should game. That's my take. You should game or just like do YouTube and other shit first and then stream. Like, does that make sense? Because if you're gaming, you already have something that you can commentate and react to, like horror games or multiplayer stuff, or if you're playing with your friends, or it's just so much easier to make content out of that without a chat. Because I don't like, there's so many times where when I'm gaming, I'm not reading chat. When I'm doing just chatting, I'm interacting with chat the most. So it's like, if you gap that, what the fuck? I mean, honestly, I haven't been reading chat and I've just been rambling. So I could do it. But I love like having a chat or two to go off of every, minute or two.
Playing through my daily games. All right.
Oh, the fucking daily Wordle. Riveting content.
After a few minutes, Ludwig got what he thought was his first follower.
Oh my God. I got my first follower. Okay, wait, are you a bot? Are you a...
Nightbot? Oh my God. Yes. We're already on the come up, guys. Oh my God, another follower. Stream Elements. Fusabot. Oh, we have 3 viewers.
Real human? Newbie Twitch girly loves cosplays.
Oh, it's an OnlyFans bot. It's an OnlyFans bot.
Follow for future streams, and you have an OnlyFans. Why do I get the feeling that you are botting to follow a bunch of new accounts so that pathetic streamers like me click to see who you are?
Twitch, like many other online platforms, has its issues with bots. The company recently cracked down on botting and noticed that on some accounts, 5 to 22% of the audience was completely fake.
Bro, and okay, I'm going to have this take on botting, and it might be absurd, but hear me out. I think botting is whack. If you bot, that's fucking weird. But I understand smaller streamers botting for the purpose of getting higher up on recommendation pages to get actual viewers to stop botting. Now, if you're fucking already averaging 20,000 viewers and then you bot another 10K, what the fuck are we doing? Right? Like, it's different if you're like a 20 viewer streamer and you're botting 100 so you could fucking, maybe gain 10 or 20 other people and then move them. And even then, it's just like, yeah, botting's scummy. But I understand the reasoning behind being a botter if you're a new streamer. But if you're already somebody, like, it's so odd to me that, like, a lot of the people that were botting were top 500 creators. Like, that's insane. Look, drop 25 to 22% ranging from streamers, under 100 CCV to top 500 creators. Like, why are top 500 creators botting? Just average the viewers you average.
But while staring at a blank screen, Ludwig sympathized with the people who did this.
I get why people view bot. What the f are are you supposed to do on Twitch?
With that statistic, 1,300 of Joe's viewers could be bots. I mean, statistically, there are bots in my stream. The difference is I don't control the bot. Like, there's a difference between me commanding bots to join my stream and, like, paying for bots versus somebody else botting me or, like, they're just actually being AFK people. Like, that was an issue on YouTube where viewers were being read that weren't there. So certain streamers were averaging like 50K that actually had like 1,000 people in stream.
If you don't view bot, you're just stuck in damned hell waiting for one person to drag you out of it. I get it though. I understand why someone would want to.
Dude, I also gotta say, you gotta get the, I love this take. I forget who the fuck said it, but I'm so gonna agree. If you're a new Twitch streamer, get the fuck over yourself on not promoting your shit. Tell your friends, tell your family, get them to watch you. Even if they turn your shit on and bag on you, it's better, you know? Like, there's so many people that are like, I want to stream, but I don't want my friends to make fun of me. I'm like, dude, promote your shit to your friends. You know how much better it is to have like a 10 viewer jumpstart than nothing? Like, having a few chatters makes your stream watchable. Having none is ass. Like that, no one, if I pull up to a streamer and no one's there, you're probably not going to talk. But it's not like, oh, the chat needs to be spamming, but it's like there needs to be some level of interaction.
Viewbot. I'm not condoning it, but if you viewbot, you'll have real people in there because you just appear higher in the category. The rich get richer.
Because of the way the algorithm works, streamers are almost incentivized to viewbot. So new streamers might think that they have no...
Bro, when I started out on YouTube, I used to autoplay my own videos. and AFK and leave. I used to autoplay my own shit. And not that it did anything, right? But it was like a mental... I talked to Chris about this. It was like a mental thing. I was like, manifestation. I was supporting myself. Like, I used to watch my own videos. Yeah, I would just turn them on and leave. And I'd be like, I get another view. You know? It worked. It did nothing. But it made me feel better, you know?
Option than to pay $20 to viewbot 50 live.
I would like my own videos. I would like all my own videos. I like my content. Go on another account, like my video. I'd be like, this is awesome. Now I got 3 likes.
Stream viewers and also run the risk of being banned because this is against terms of service. Rice Gum was famously banned for this nearly a decade ago.
Bro, yeah, Rice Gum was botting. Rice Gum was the fucking jumpstart of the botting community. Like, he was the first guy that was ripping that.
Go. Ludwig soon realized that the just chatting was too broad of a category and he needed to go more niche. He also followed his stream on his other account to bump.
Go super niche. Go fucking full on. From fucking just chatting to like Sims 2.
Bump up the numbers.
Well, it's been a little under half an hour.
How many people do you think are streaming Sims 2? I'm going to guess one person. There's always one guy playing every game. Oh my God, there's 2 streamers playing Sims 2. There's always somebody though. You're never, like, any game, bro, there's somebody playing it. What's another Paper Mario? Bro, there's probably like 15 Paper Mario fucking streamers. Oh, no, there's 2. But there's always 2 people playing every game. Isn't that crazy? Not even like on some Sonder shit. Just like a game you haven't heard of in forever. There's somebody playing. Like FIFA 16. There's somebody streaming FIFA 16. Like, isn't that wild? That it's just like, that game came out 9 years ago. Why is somebody playing that? Somebody's playing it though.
We hit our follower goal, but nobody has chatted yet. I'm realizing, however, even though just chatting is the largest category, it is probably the hardest to grow in.
Oh,
so I think
sure.
just chatting's too big of a category. So let me switch my approach. How
your
about
goal as a streamer is to get right here. That's the tab you want to get, and you see like the minimum. This is a new burner account that he has. Minimum to get here. Dude, sometimes on this tab you'll see somebody with like 100 viewers. Getting on this bit right here is where you're going to get new people. Nobody's ever just going to be like, "Oh, I'm going to go see who's playing Madden."
I play peak.
This tactic of branching into games failed, so Ludwig was faced with a very common tactic people use to get attention on the internet. Right before the hour mark, he went for a thirst trap.
Or getting front page. Getting front page is so hard. Getting front page is fucking impossible. Unless you have Twitch wraps or connections.
What brings viewers? Oh, what if I thirst trap so in the thumbnail, I'm hotter? I'm going with a white
I mean, at that point, have like a screen grab of like a lewd VTuber.
tank top because people are going to see it in the thumbnail and they're going to go,
Then you'd grow more naturally.
damn, that dude does look like a retired athlete. He's definitely got the body of someone retired.
2.5 hours into the stream and without a single viewer.
That's not the Joe method. You think I'm fucking thirst trapping? You think this is a thirst trap? Oh God, his shoulders are showing.
He decided to eat a hot dog as fast as he could.
The goal is to eat it as fast as...
See, but here's the way that I have this take. He's making content, right? It's not like primetime Ludwig shit. But like this, you gotta stream as if you're streaming to an audience. He rips this dog. No one's watching. Who cares? Clip it, post it somewhere else. Might get some viewers, might get a viewer.
Possible. One man, one hot dog.
Like, that's what he's got to do.
All right, come on. Lock
for
in.
Promo. I ate a hot dog in, what, 64 seconds? Wow, that is very fast. That was like 10 seconds. 16? That is so fast.
Oh my God! That was fast! I can do it!
This again didn't work, so he decided to move to an area of Twitch where...
So he decided to eat another hot dog. Oh no, there's no viewers still. Let's rip another one. Like, it's not going to make people show up.
One of his fans might recognize him.
So I'm going for a Hail Mary. I'm going to the game that I started with in my streaming career. I'm going...
SC, thank you for the 25 gifteds, brother. Thank them if you get us up. Thank you for the fucking 25 gifteds. SC Pinnock 24W in the fucking chat. Thank them if you get us up. Thank you for the fucking 25 gifteds. SC Pinnock. But Leo and LeBron for the sub. Thank you for the 5. S for the 3. Have you played Silk Song off stream yet? No. Would you record your playthrough? I'm not going to record it. No. Totally cool. Just throw it out there. Yeah, it's not going to end up on the gaming channel, so there would be no point in recording. Levi, thank you for the 5. Me and my girlfriend 2 years ago broke up last week. I'm sorry to hear that, man. She was kind of a headache. Just kidding. Anyways, I'm doing better for myself. Started to go to the gym to get better care of myself. Well, I'm glad that you're taking better care of yourself, dude, and I hope you're okay. Matt and Levi for the sub. Crave. Lloyd, I haven't Connor for the sub. Onyx, Mally, Perplex, Jackie for the sub, and for the 4. Don't mean to sound rude. Already with that. Flawed for the sub.
Going to play Super Smash Bros. Melee. Honest to God, it's kind of like showing up to a game.
Super Smash Melee, bro. I feel like that's a dead category. I feel like nobody be watching that shit.
Stop. My chance of getting recognized at a GameStop in the mall is much higher than at a Macy's in the mall. If this doesn't work, we'll switch gears again.
The biggest takeaway from this is that streaming on its own is not a way to build an audience.
Bro, I feel like I would never get recognized in a GameStop, bro. Who the fuck's in a GameStop? Skinwalkers. Skinwalkers. I mean, are you fucking serious? Who the hell's walking into a GameStop nowadays? 2025? What are you fucking buying? A used version of a PS4 game?
Twitch is notoriously bad for discoverability and is usually used as a base and not somewhere that you can grow. So had Ludwig done this experiment on YouTube, he might have seen some different results. But for anyone starting
for sure, if he did it on YouTube, it would have been better.
This is where Ludwig actually gives some pretty sensible advice.
If I were to really do this starting from scratch, my entire stream would have been the hot dog segment. It would have been maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes total, hour tops. And then
stream 2 hours, bro. I saw Ron say this shit too. Motherfuckers think hours, time equals money. No. Time equals viewers. No. It's your content and your marketing. The prime time shit you see streamers that do variety. Who does variety? Me, Queso, King Wools, fucking all these other streamers. They stream 3 to 6 hours. That's it. If you're streaming 15 hours straight, you're not Summit 1G, okay? He's been doing that shit since you were in the womb. Before your parents even birthed you, Summit's been ripping fucking no-life streams of hardcore-ass games that are impossible to play, right? XQC the same, right? He's been a grinding gamer. That's not modern. I feel like getting big in that category is dead, in my opinion. Now, I'm not saying I'm right, but I feel like modern day streamers that get big are streamers that do content that is for entertainment or you're pro. That's like the biggest difference. Entertainment or you're really good at a game. There are some outliers. Jinxie, good at the game, not a pro, still goated, streams Clash Royale for 10 hours straight. But he also fucking lubes himself up, shaves his head, and paints himself purple. And fucking a bowling. And he fucking freaks out in the corner. So, you know, that's like he balances that road or that line. So, I don't know. It's just getting big streaming by grinding hours is like not the method anymore.
I would have made a few shorts of me showing how you can learn to eat a hot dog in less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, like planning your streams is better than just running some raw shit. Oh, I don't know what we're going to do today. Why don't we play Power Washing Simulator for 7 hours? Oh, maybe that'll get a viewer. That's the shit I was running, bruh. That shit is not, there's no content there. No YouTube video, no fucking content. You're not going to be able to thumbnail that. Hey, I got a Fortnite dub. This ain't 2015. Not 2015. This ain't 2018, bro. I got a Fortnite win. You're not going to be able to post that on YouTube. That's just like straight up stream content. That's what I feel is like dud shit now. If you just stream to stream, that does bad. All stream shit has to be for another purpose. For YouTube, for TikTok, for shorts, for reels.
Your first try. And then...
So just run for clips? I don't know. I feel like a lot of FaZe guys run for clips, right? And I think they're just I think that's their personality. I don't think they're not necessarily doing that for the sole purpose of clipping. But it's like most streamers that you watch are doing content for either YouTube or clips. Queso does shit for YouTube. I do shit for YouTube. A lot of the FaZe guys do it for both. It's like, if you're just streaming to stream and you're not doing anything that's like a fun idea, it's just going to dud. It's too competitive. You can't hop on, unless you're a known streamer, you can't hop on and just be like, hey guys, we're playing Fortnite today for 6 hours. Nobody wants to fucking watch that.
On TikTok, IG.
Unless you're goated and you're going to post that and cut it down because you're like really good and you get 30 kill lobbies like Foxman or somebody or Crackly, like, or fucking your Nick A30 or Ninja or somebody that's already known in the space. It's just not going to work.
He had something else ready for tomorrow. Again, max an hour.
Eventually, Ludwig was forced to trick people into clicking on his stream.
I'll put exclamation point giveaway in the title. That way, somebody thinks there's a giveaway going on. There's no giveaway going on.
And this dirty trick actually paid off.
Okay, who is this Oscar guy? How do you know? What? Oscar, where did you come from? Sorry? Wait, don't apologize. How'd you find the stream? I'm just a fan? How'd you find this stream, though? I thought you were AI.
I would think the same thing. If you... Les Pika for the 100 fucking gifted subs. Dub in the chat. What the fuck? Les Pika 04, thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds. Oh my god. Thank you. You did not, sorry for the burp. You did not need to do that. Les Pika 04 for the fucking 100 gifteds. Thank you for getting a sub. Thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds. Les Pika. Number 8 gifter all time, 1,196 subs to the channel total. What the fuck? Thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds, Les Pika, genuinely. Dub in the fucking chat. Thank you for the fucking gifteds. Big and Chalky for the sub solar for the 5. Will you ever play the new Skate? Maybe. I was talking to my mods about it. Anna, thank you for the 3. Will you ever play Fallout 4? Probably not. Monkey and Dosh for the sub. Ven and Flaw for the sub. If you have any videos you want me to watch, or games you want me to play, videos, games, Les Pika, thank you for the fucking gifteds. You did not need to do that, Les Pika. I appreciate the fucking sub so much, though. Thank you for the fucking gifteds. Thank you for the support. W fucking chatter. As I was saying, I feel like if I was watching Twitch and I was scrolling really far down and I saw like a 2-viewer stream of Queso, I would be like, this is somebody just re-ripping his streams. Like, I wouldn't actually think it was Queso or Ludwig. I would be like, this is just some random fuck that's just re-uploading his stuff. Rochi for the sub.
Oh, Bad Player HS told him. Wait, how did you find the stream, Bad Player HS? I saw giveaway in the title. I was like, yo, a giveaway. It worked! Okay, I'm going to tell you guys. I've been live for the past...
For 4 hours?
5 hours. It turns out this shit is not easy at all. In fact, this shit is very difficult. And nobody clicks streams with 0 viewers or 1 viewer.
This experiment provided a good insight into just how saturated streaming is, but even if a new streamer did manage to overcome this hurdle and build up an audience, there are a number of other obstacles in the way. And this is only the beginning of what streamers in 2025 are up against.
Why is
Zach
streaming
Bussey,
harder?
who is close to 10K subs on Twitch, pointed out that Twitch viewership has basically been on a downward spiral for the past 5 years.
This one's overall viewership from Twitch Tracker. It shows the COVID boom in 2020, the 2021 peak, and the steady decline ever since. 2022 dipped below 2021, 2023 was basically flat, and 2024 trended slightly down. Now that we're in 2025.
But I don't think that's smaller. I don't think the viewership's smaller for known streamers. I think the viewership went down for, like, other people. During COVID, bro, people were fucking bored. So they would go just watch random fucking people. 10 viewer, 20, 30, 40, 50 viewer streamers, 100 viewer streamers. They'd bounce around. They had nothing to do, right? I think the people that have lost from the loss of viewership aren't the big streamers. It's the small streamers.
Viewership is at its lowest.
Like people that were like 150 viewers during COVID are probably at like 60 now.
It's been in years. That's brutal.
And it was not just the pandemic that generated this downfall.
It's not the pandemic, dude. It's fucking life, bro. I had 9, 10K viewers a month ago in the summer. Now I have 5. People are busy, right? Twitch streaming is such a shit ass like deal because not shit. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's hard to balance because you have to stream when people can watch. And if they can't watch, you get no viewers. Not because your content's bad, but because they just can't watch you. They have homework. They have life. They have work. They have friends. They're going to do their own shit, right? They're watching somebody else. Not that they don't like you. Streaming is so hard because you can only watch me right now. All the people that are watching me, you might have one other streamer pulled up, but if you're listening what the fuck I'm saying, you're only watching me. You can bounce around on short form. You can bounce around on YouTube, right? On Twitch, it's like you have to be locked into one person. So it's so hard to like captivate that individual. You're either the best in their mind or they're not watching you.
Nightinator, who has over 60,000 subs on Twitch, pointed out that after the pandemic, we experienced a cost of living crisis, which also destroyed many people's dreams of becoming a full-time streamer.
A lot of streaming is crowdfunded, meaning that we get our income from people subscribing and tipping. But in this economic climate, unfortunately, people just don't have that money. And whilst there are other ways to diversify, such as getting sponsorships and brand deals, those are not.
I agree that especially if you're a smaller streamer, it's harder to get money because the economy's down and therefore people have less money to spend on stream. And you could supplement that with ads and other things. But I think one of the biggest things that annoys me that I see about other streamers is the lack of effort on any other platform. I see so many people just spam Twitch streams and they don't post on YouTube. They don't post on TikTok. They don't post on Shorts. They go live every day. They go live 40 hours a week. They're doing the work, but they don't do anything outside of that. They end stream and it's over. And that's not how social media is. Social media is a business. You are a business. You're the business owner. Yo, Matthew just said, fuck you. Dude, shove a fist up your fucking ass. Literally first chat. Get him out of here. Bro, what the fuck? Anyways, you're running your own business, right? So if you're streaming, You can't just fucking sit here and be like, all right, I'm done stream, end stream, and it's over. No, you have to fucking download the VOD, send that to an editor, edit yourself, fucking clip certain things, upload that stuff, figure out what you're going to do for the next stream, schedule shit, right? It's not just hours, right? And I feel like a lot of people are just like, I'm going to be a streamer, I want to do this. And they only put in the effort for what they thought streaming would be like. And I will always stand on the fact that 9-to-5s are harder than streaming. But I think so many people think streaming is just, I'm going to play video games for 6 hours and I'm going to make $100K a year doing it. It's not that easy, right? Like, you have to actually try. It's not just like, oh, my friends say I'm funny, let me stream Among Us. Like, it's maybe in 2018 or 2020 that would work. Not anymore, right? Like, you actually have to fucking plan stuff.
Normally few and far between, and they're normally...
And I'm not sitting here acting like I'm some high-effort, fucking high-quality streamer. I post fast food content. I post every day on both of my channels. But that's my point, is I post all the time, right? If you're not there and you're not active on every platform, you're not trying.
Reserved for people who have quite a big audience.
If your cost of living suddenly went up, one of the first things that you would do is cut off non-essential spending, and supporting your favorite streamer sadly fits neatly into this category. You also need to keep in mind that anything a streamer earns from Twitch is revenue and not profit. Streamers starting off on average will spend about $400 on equipment, not considering the PC.
More. If you're a streamer and you don't have, with the PC, my first setup cost around like $1,200 total. Mic, camera, PC, monitors, lighting, keyboard, mouse, all the other shit, headset wires, controller stuff, whatever you're doing. Now, way more, right? My camera and my camera lens is probably $5K. My PC is probably $6. The mic's $600. Stand monitor's $1,000. Left monitor's $500. And then, so it's just like the table I had to fucking put together. It's expensive, right? But you're a trillionaire. No, I'm saying it's a part of it. You could write that shit off too, right? It's a part of the business. But it's like, yeah, no, you usually scale your setup over time. Now this is like what I'd run. Like, I don't really have any other upgrades I would make. But you start out at a smaller setup.
And small streamers earn anywhere from $50 to $1,500 a month. So
small streamers make a few $100s a month, $50 to $1,500. Mid-tier, $5,000 to $30,000. A mid-tier streamer, $30K a month. Top tier streamers, $1 million to $2 million monthly.
Might be a couple of months before people even break even on the cost, and that's assuming they grow. The popular streamer Snowcone also broke down how, despite receiving quite a lot of money from Twitch, she was actually losing money.
Y'all know how expensive it is to keep up with content creation? You can get a 10K check from Twitch. What the is a 10K check? Spend 5K on trips just to travel. 500.
That's because she chose a shit niche. She chose a shit niche. You do IRL. IRL's expensive as fuck. So I will hard disagree. I will say that Twitch streaming in general is one of the lowest cost careers you could do. Outside of initials fee setup, if you're a desktop streamer, what do you spend money on? Games. Upgrading your stuff. That's it. Yeah, if you're an IRL streamer and you have to fly to fucking Michigan, then LA, then San Diego, then Miami, then New York, then Taiwan, then fucking China, then Japan, then Australia, and you have to buy a streaming backpack that's $30,000, and then you're just fucking blowing money. Don't get into that category though, That's like, depending on the category you do is how expensive Twitch streaming is. If you're like a no face cam streamer that just grinds games, you're probably spending like $200 a month on stuff. That's it. And then, like, obviously, like, electricity bills and stuff, but...
$100 on setup. $2,000 on your rent.
Okay, but that's not streaming. Okay, but that's not streaming expensive. That's just life expenses.
$2,000 on your rent. $200 on Wi-Fi. $200 on IRL Toolkit. You gotta pay the Clippers, pay your YouTube.
So this clip...
Pay the Clippers. I feel like you shouldn't pay Clippers. I will stand by that. I think paying Clippers is whack. I think you should do rev split with Clippers. Makes way more sense. So much more sense. Yeah, either clip yourself or just rev share Clippers. I think the idea of paying a motherfucker to clip a 30-second, it's like so easy. It's so easy to clip. You know what I mean? Like, just give them 10% of your clip channel and be like, I'll give you this amount of revenue. Clip 1 minute clips. Post them on TikTok and Shorts. Then you get rev share. Makes so much more sense. Yeah, you got to pay editors. That's true. And that's kind of a pain, paying editors, because you want to have the quality output and the quantity output that big streamers have, but you're not making money on YouTube as much. So you're outputting a lot of money and you're not even making that money back on videos. But it's like, yeah, I get that. But I think the idea of like 5K on travel, like what? Like 5K on travel? I mean, just don't travel. Like at that point. But then it's like there's certain creators that base their following on collabs. And so they have to do stuff a lot. It's like that's just the content. It sucks, but like that's the content niche that you're in, you know?
Went viral because she's obviously...
I get what she's saying, though. She's right that the expenses could be very outweighing, but I think $10K a month you could make work as a streamer. You're making $120K a year pre-tax, so like $80K after.
Poor with
maybe $70K, depends what state you live in.
Managing her money, and is an extreme example of some of the costs that comes with streaming. But even getting into the Twitch Partner Program by itself was a huge obstacle, and the percentage of users that get into the program is shockingly low.
Looking at Twitch tracker data, there are 6.4 million channels streaming on Twitch every single month, and only 45,000 of those channels are partnered. That puts the percentage of partnered folks making a pretty decent income at only 0.7% of live streamers on the entirety of Twitch. And
yeah, but being partnered means you only average around 75 viewers, right? But it's basically saying that the majority of Twitch streamers are streaming from 0 to 10 viewers.
I would imagine YouTube might
like there are probably 500,000 people live right now with 0 viewers.
Be in a similar ballpark.
YouTube is difficult to make a like-for-like comparison because it's not exclusively streamers, and there are
and being partnered doesn't mean you make money either. You could be a partnered streamer making less than minimum wage.
That are simultaneously YouTubers and streamers, but there's still only a small percentage making real money. Less than 6% of channels are in their partner program, and 90% of channels are under 10,000 subs. A YouTuber pointed out that streaming in 2025 is having a, quote, after the gold rush moment.
And this happens in all industries. It's happening crypto, cars, Airbnb, et cetera,
Bro, that is such a good take. After the gold rush. What a fucking analogy for that. Or a relation of sorts. That's so good. It makes sense. I just think that the idea, dude, so many people are like, I want to get into social media, Joe. Any tips on streaming? I'm like, why the fuck do you want to get into streaming? I'm not saying streaming's not the move, but I'm like, do YouTube. Like, if you get big on YouTube, you're going to make more money. You're going to be happier. You could post whenever you want, right? Like, it's just easier. Twitch is so hands-on, and it's all active. Like, Twitch is active rev. If you're not streaming, you're not making money. On YouTube, if I stopped posting, I would still make money. Like, yes, there would be less and less people because it's not active posting, but you still make shit on videos from 2 years ago.
There is a rush to get into this gold mine.
Are you saying you aren't happy streaming? No. I love how you take I love how there's certain chatters that just take everything at very surface value and don't look at anything that I'm trying to say. No. I'm saying that if you're trying to get into social media, being a YouTuber makes the most logical sense in terms of profit, potentiality, and happiness.
Of a world. Trust me, I've had people proposition me to come and set up their streams, and I've thrown up like stupid amounts of money in order for them to sign up, and they've literally just said yes. But this stuff that they are doing is not sustainable, and just like every other bubble before it, .com, real estate, whatever the case may be,
so you're not doing what you want to do. I post on YouTube. I'm doing what I want to do. Oh my God. Chat, I love Twitch streaming. I feel like you're getting upset as if I don't like, I love streaming. I've rambled about how I love streaming all the time. What the fuck are we doing right now? Now we're just sitting here. I love streaming. Yes, I love streaming. I'm saying getting into streaming sucks, right? Once you're in streaming, it's fun, but getting into streaming sucks. Getting into YouTube and making content that you enjoy it's like, even if it doesn't hit, there's still some level of like, wow, this was cool. But like getting into Twitch, if you don't make it, it's like, well, that was a waste of time. You know, like that's how a lot of people feel. Versus like YouTube, you have something of substance that you make, or sustenance.
Burst.
In November of 2024, Twitch experience was known as the Twitch apocalypse, where multiple advertisers realized just how fruitless it was to advertise on Twitch. According to a marketing expert and someone that's worked in esports and streaming for many years, Devin Nash, Twitch is considered a niche product or experimental budget. Most agencies don't know if Twitch ads work or not, so they assign a small percentage of their budget to see. The rest of their budget goes to tried and true market leaders like AdSense and Meta. So,
well, it's that, and it's even, bro, like you get it's just like base ad pay with companies that I like. When I did the Dying Light ad, like I do a stream for them, and I'm gonna do a YouTube video, right? Most shit you do in terms of monetary gain for like even ad placement, like just doing raw ads, like a company coming to you and being like, I want to do this. You do a stream and a YouTube video. Stream and a YouTube video. Mods, can we ban Cooper? Stream and a YouTube video. And Swanny. Ban all of these people. Yep, get them out of chat. Don't care if they're a sub. They are spamming. You are being annoying. Mods, just, you know, moderate those annoying people. Anyways, as I was saying, what the fuck was I saying? When you work with companies, most companies are going to come to you and be like, hey, like if a company comes to me, gaming's all the time. If you ever see me do an ad on Twitch, like, hey guys, we're doing a sponsored stream, YouTube. It's going on YouTube, right? Because you do a package deal. Because then it guarantees them some sort of return on value, and it enables that company to test you as an individual. This is like marketing advice. If you are seeing streamers do something that have a YouTube audience, most of the time they're going to do a cut down because they're going to get paid more, and the company's going to profit way more on user like awareness, right? More people are going to see it. Just doing a raw stream in general isn't going to gain as much viewership because you're only streaming to however many people in a 4-hour time span versus doing that and having it live on a channel afterwards. Let's Pika for the 100 gifteds! Thank you for the fucking 200 subs total this stream, Les Pika. Thank you for the fucking gifteds, bro. You did not need to do that. What the fuck? Les Pika 04, the fucking GOAT. Oh my god. What is a golden Kappa train? It keeps fucking popping that up. It's covering like half my fucking screen. Les Pika, thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds. Oh my god. Dub in the fucking chat. Les Pika, thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds, bro. Gabriel, Alex, Blueberry, Twix, and Dylan for the sub. Nate, Ruff, Alex for the sub. TJ and Zin for the sub. Mister, thank you for the 5. We saw it, yeah. Roti and TJ for the sub. Anna, thank you for the 3. Gabriel for the sub. Les Pika, thank you for the fucking 100 gifteds. Logan for the sub.
The first thing to...
Oh my god, you did not need to do that, bro. Les Pika, chill in the subs. God damn. Thank you for the fucking gifteds. We gotta finish this video, bro. We've been on this shit for like a fucking half hour.
Leaders like AdSense.
Thank you for the 5, too. Standards for the sub. Says, go Les Pika. Thank you for the fucking 5. Les Pika, thank you for the gifteds. Lock in.
And Meta. So the first thing to understand is when a niche ad product underperforms and or has controversy, it's the easiest and fastest to cut.
That's why Twitter makes no money. Twitter's like a dying fucking business. That's why Elon Musk wanted to pull out of it too, I thought. Because owning Twitter is like, Twitter's just like a no censored platform. No company wants to work with Twitter. Because number one, they have no transition of sales. So if you fucking advertise something on Twitter, nobody's going to actually go check it out. And then number two, your ad's going to show, and then immediately after, it's going to be somebody getting shot in the fucking head or porn.
So streaming seems to be a more and more difficult...
Hey, Coca-Cola ad. Here's somebody's gaping butthole with Fruit Loops in it.
...place to build a career. But we are increasingly exposed to viral stories like Streamer University and Streamer Prom. And while these events might have inspired people to start streaming, they are actually a part of the problem. Streaming used to be synonymous with gaming.
Fruit Loops, or more accurately, recent events. If you've been scrolling on Twitter, like with the Charlie Kirk shit, probably in the midst of that, you got an ad for something. Bad timing. You know what I mean? Like... that, like, ad companies don't want to be associated with that. Like, promoting and then immediately seeing somebody get fucking assassinated. It's like now those two things are connected.
And a matter of fact, you used to get banned if you weren't gaming on Twitch. But it's now categorized into IRL streaming, where someone is out in real life, and desktop streaming, where someone is in front of a computer. IRL streaming has been around since the early days of the internet, but has only really become...
Who was the first IRL streamer, like Poseidon?
...mainstream in the 2020s, with people like Aiden Ross, Kai Cenat, and iShowSpeed popularizing this type of content, with Kai Cenat doing less of in-public things as compared to an iShowSpeed. All of these pioneers have changed streaming forever, but not necessarily for the better. In 2024, you had Kai Cenat streaming with Kevin Hart, Aiden Ross meeting Trump, and iShowSpeed,
which was so weird. A presidential on either side. I just think like a presidential candidate being like, "Yeah, I'm coming on anybody's stream." I'd be like, "Whoa, what?"
Continuing to travel the world. The type of content became more aspirational and more entertaining.
Why? Because it's promotion, bro. What the fuck? You're basically if you get Trump on Aiden Ross's stream, now all of those younger viewers are like, wow, that's so cool. Now they're more likely to vote for things related to him in the future, right? It's just all ad shit. The worst thing that I gotta say I see, and I understand its purpose, but any time around an election space on YouTube, do you guys get the same 15 fucking ads? It'll be the same guy over and over. It'll be like somebody running for Senate or governor or whatever. And it'll be like, this guy, he supports killing dogs. Don't vote for him. And every day I'll see the same fucking ad. It'll be like about some random guy. Over and over and over again, I'll be like, bro, okay, this guy fucking hates children. And he murdered a dog when he was fucking 10. Here we go. I know everything. I know everything bad about this person. I know nothing else about them.
But became much more difficult for new streamers to replicate. And this is something that veteran streamer Soul Illuminati decided to speak about in August of this year.
Bro, Twitch is changing. A lot of y'all that's at the top, I say y'all is at the top of the pyramid. Y'all probably don't see what I see. When you tap out and then you get a chance to look at what's taking place, I was one of the ones telling everybody they should start streaming, not necessarily doing IRLs, but just streaming, speaking your voice, just doing what you need to do, you know? I felt like streamers is taking over the world, and it's happening. But one of the things I do see, Twitch is starting to become so overstimulating. These new kids that's coming on there are starting to look at a normal streamer in a different point of view that's botted. It's completely different. It's trash.
New streamers in 2025 have a much higher weight of expectations than new streamers in even 2020. IRL streaming is much more expensive than desktop streaming, but IRL streamers are getting the most views.
Twitch, it's becoming harder and harder for to become streamers because all y'all think y'all need to be doing IRLs. Y'all all trying to be like these niggas at the top.
Bro, that is so facts though. And it's like, yeah, we're doing IRL streaming today. We're going to fucking Walmart and they're trying to gain viewers doing that. And some people do that, but I feel like you don't get a dedicated fan base from that. You have somebody suicidal in chat, call 988. Suicide's not the answer to your problems, but I don't know why people are spamming that. But anyways, as I was saying, I feel like in general, so many streamers that are up and coming feel the need to do IRL and invest so much money into it. And I'm like, dude, you don't even know if this is going to hit and you've already input 5K, right? Isn't that crazy? Like already you're going to have one of the biggest expenses is when you start streaming. You're going to input, $1-2 grand potentially into having a setup. And then on top of that, you're going to fucking get a setup and an IRL backpack or whatever, the camera, whatever you're doing. And then you're going to try and rip that. I'm like, dude, if this falls off, like you have literally just equipment that's useless. Like, what are you going to resell that on Facebook fucking Marketplace for the next guy to give it a try? And then even then, it's like, I feel like you don't ever get a dedicated fan base from that. It's like people that just tune in to see what you're fucking doing. And obviously the guys at the top that do IRL have huge dedicated fan bases. Lacey, Ron, Speed, Kai, all these other fucking people, Agent when he does that stuff. But it's like, if you're a smaller streamer, I feel like nobody ever gets to know you through IRLs.
You got
Even though that is you living your life, it's like so scripted content type stuff. Not scripted, but it's like you're being performative in public versus like actually just talking to people on a camera.
Talking about desktop streaming is dying. How is that even possible? It's not even possible. It's just the you watching. And remember, this ain't separate. This ain't got nothing to do with the groups or none of that. You should already know who the I'm talking about. I don't even have to say no name.
Nobody gonna watch a teen go to Walmart? Bro, I've said this before. I think if you want to get into content creation and you're like 13, bro, 14, 15, maybe make gaming content. Yeah, sure. You want to, whatever content you want to make. I think you should really focus on like editing, thumbnail stuff, script-based stuff, and like understanding the format. Just because like you're at a time in your life where you're probably not going to get viewers because you're too young, you know? Like it's very rare for a Rakai to show up. It's very rare for like somebody that's 15, 16 to fucking blow up on social media streaming wise or YouTube wise, because it's like that's a time where you can gain a bunch of knowledge and then use that later.
And to be honest with you, FaZe and AMP.
Yo, can we throw chat and sub only? It's just way too brain rot right now. Drizzy, Xmas, and Ellie for the sub. Like, it's just like half the chats are people adding each other. Harrison for the 3. But watch this at software year. Now I'm at a commercial pilot. Love you, bro. Well, dude, that's awesome. TD and Maxon for the sub. CB, thank you for the 5. Hype the subs to 100 subs. Alexa for the 5. Broke up with my boyfriend on Tuesday. Haven't stopped crying since. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're all right. TB and Immaculate for the sub. Sanders for the sub. Easy, thank you for the 5.
You know them? They chilling. They good.
They didn't give 100. They didn't give subs, chat. Okay, whatever. Red and Drizzy for the sub. Oh, you guys are spamming W sub because sub only. CB said hype this up. I thought you guys were doing that.
These got all the resources, bro. These elites. Y'all know the elites. I'm talking about y'all new. Y'all are getting caught in the wave. Y'all gonna die in. This shit that y'all seeing.
You gotta die in the wave. There's gonna be down 5K. It's just going to be down money, bro. It's like, just because the input's so crazy, man.
It's not sustainable.
And these heightened expectations.
And also, if you're going from never doing social media to IRL streaming, you're going to be so awkward or annoying. One of the two. You're going to be either overly extroverted and just being a dick to people in public like pranking YouTubers were in fucking 2018. Or you're going to be so awkward and unbearable because you're not going to know what to do. If you're going to stream, start desktop streaming, because that enables you to understand the method and understand how to stream. If you're going to start streaming out of nowhere and you're just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to do IRL streaming, we're going to go fucking Six Flags, I'm going to have a cameraman follow me around. Bro.
Expectations are even a problem for Soluminati. Having taken a break from streaming, he discovered that Blackboy Max had rented an entire mansion to do a love show full of other streamers, which placed an overwhelming weight of expectations on him.
Bro, shout out to Blackboy Max. Bro, this returned and did a whole show. How the f*** am I supposed to compete with these?
And Blackboy Max's decision to rent a mansion was actually much less extravagant than what some of his peers got up to in 2025. Kai Cenat took over an entire university, and DDG built his own set from scratch for his show, Are You My Ball? The simple fact is that streaming is becoming more and more like TV, and as a result is more and more out of reach of the everyday person.
I don't think it is. I think it's two separate fucking audiences. I think there's motherfuckers that watch those guys, and then I think there's people that watch Twitch streamers. I'm not saying that they're not Twitch streamers. I'm saying they're cable TV guys. They're basically cable TV. They have their own fucking integrated sponsors. They have a whole crew. They have a camera team. They're not streamers, bro. That's not what Twitch is normally in people's head as, right? Like, I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong. You know, do them. They're making great content that they want to make. But it's like, I don't think that's Twitch.
And this video from So motivated the streamer and YouTuber Lord Heck to give his thoughts as well.
My life, first of all, in order to do IRL streaming, the bar is set so high, you damn near got to be doing the iCarly series. If you guys know what iCarly is, it's basically like a TV web series but recorded as a show. So all the activities and things that you see that be happening on stream, they're not just happening randomly. They're set up they're orchestrated, they're scripted. It's like acting. It's like low budgeting acting.
Yeah, bro. Kai probably got like an earbud in telling him what's going on in the subathon, right? He probably got people letting him know what's next, right? Like, it's not just like raw, he's doing whatever. Like, it's seen as that, but there's so much behind the scenes.
It's like acting at home. Like, if you were to watch F1, the movie, instead of going to the movie theater, Twitch is the new movie theater and the new television, right? For the IRL streaming space. So in order for a newcomer to come in and be able to compete when they don't have a budget and don't have as many like crazy moments as the next guy, it's kind of gonna be like, okay, you're boring.
He also made the point that because short-form content and clipping is so important, streamers are basically fabricating clippable moments instead of streaming in the moment.
So short-form content is necessary, right?
Like the guy that threw a toaster in his bath like 4 times and electrocuted himself.
But the line,
like, we've done that. I mean, now we're just borderline almost, dying for a 30-second clip.
That we need to draw.
Have not seen that. Isn't that fake? I don't know. Either way, it's crazy.
It's like people are gonna be so desperate to make a clip farm moment that nothing's gonna be authentic anymore, right? Everything is just gonna look like it's for a clip instead of you being present for the stream, right? And that was the problem that I was running with when I recently started streaming with as well. And even though it's not that much of a problem, like making organic or just streaming without thinking about a moment and just being present in it is like, it's damn near like impossible to do.
And we're also seeing something similar that's happened to podcasting where people from other industries are trying to get involved. India Loved has moved from being an IG model to a streamer. Lil TJ and Nicki Minaj are just some of the rappers looking to break.
Bro, and most famous people just do fucking podcasts now. The amount of people that have fucking podcasts is insane. Anybody in your entire life that used to be in Hollywood acting or comedians or fucking, they were pro athletes, they have a podcast. They have a podcast. Even if you don't know about it, they got a fucking podcast, right? It's just like so many people just do fucking some form of random social media that it's like there's so many options to watch anything.
The NBA player Kyrie Irving is also trying to make a name in this field, but he has been someone that's been tapped into it for quite a while. And all of these people have much bigger resources and probably much more interesting lives than people starting out.
There's a lot of celebrities that don't need to be streaming, bro, right? And I feel like IRL streaming, it has turned into one of them spaces where you can just get a quick dollar, you know what I'm saying? Because you got people like Tyler, which is she's an African artist, TYLA, right? You have people like there's some other rappers that's starting to stream now. I forget their name, but it slips my mind. I think it was Lil TJ. He was trying to stream the other day. I'm just like, bro, like some of y'all, no offense, but it's like, bro, all they have to offer is like behind the scenes of what happens at a music video, like flashy going shopping. Like they're not like. They're
not fucking entertaining. Let me just shorten it there. They're not fucking entertaining. They don't know how to stream. They got big in another career. They want to fucking stream because they know they can make money in it. And all they can do is fucking yap about behind the scenes shit from the shit they used to do.
Have a streamer personality. You get what I'm saying?
So the barrier of becoming a streamer has become so high now that many new streamers might feel like the ladder has been completely pulled up from them. The only hope for them now is that someone like an Aiden Ross or Kai Cenat co-signs them, and they can build a new audience from that endorsement. But the reality is that you don't need to be making money from streaming for it to be a waste of your time. Nightinator is a streamer that could arguably make more money purely focusing on short-form content and being an influencer, but genuinely loves the communal feeling of streaming.
But for me personally, there is nothing like the magic of creating a space that is alive and ever evolving on the internet. Somewhere that defies distance. It defies so many different things. It is so magical and incredible, and there is nothing else like it.
And if someone's a college student or someone that's streaming on the side, being able to speak in front of a group of people is a transferable skill in almost every career path. But
oh my God, for sure. I was saying it made me almost not too good at conversations, but to the point where I just yap. Like I think I can have a conversation with somebody that has nothing in common with me. And I used to never be able to do that. I think I can find something in common with somebody that normally I would never be able to. That I'm able to just talk about and just be like, oh, you like that? And then just ramble.
Above all, streaming is a great way to meet and interact with new people. You'll meet people with common interests, but you'll also come across people that you probably wouldn't be exposed to in your everyday life. And if you recall at the start of the video, Ludwig's first viewer was a guy named Oscar. And Oscar is a streamer who, of course, has the dream of becoming a big streamer, but also just finds the joy in streaming on its own.
In general, I'm a competitive gamer. I play a lot of competitive games, and I found that doing it with people watching me is way more
Oh, it makes it more fucking fun for sure, being able to just game.
fun than doing it by myself. I've been having fun, meeting new people, learning new things. I do reacts, I do just variety content in general. I just love streaming, and I hope...
Yeah, and I think that in general, streamers that are smaller have more connections, surprisingly. I think if you're a lot of smaller streamers that I've seen know a lot of other smaller streamers than big streamers. Like, if you're a 20K viewer streamer, you probably stream with like 2 or 3 other people. I feel like guys that are if you're not IRL, I feel like people that are like 50, 100 viewers stream with so many other people that are around the same space. Apollo for the sub dimension, thank you for the 5. Watch your video about Morningstar to change the vibe. Almost a touching video, brought ability to share, and a lot of me to reevaluate my own session with my grandmother who died of a disease. I was there in the last months before the disease took over, panic and dread. Understanding the fact she was going to disappear has always weighed on me. Well, I'm glad I was able to help, man. I'm sorry for your loss. Dimensional for the 5, though. Peach and Blame for the sub. Chris, Iron and Austin for the sub. Red and Drizzle for the sub. X-Man, Ali for the sub. Harrison for the 3. But watch this, so sophomore year. I already read that. Eco for the sub. All right. I need a piss. Count me down 30 seconds. Then we're going to hop into the fucking next video. Oh. We're back. Next vid. Big for the sub, Eco and Apollo for the sub as well. Who's the richest person in history? Jack Pockets video. Lock it in.
If someone with an average salary wanted Elon Musk's net worth, they would have to work for $8 million.
Elon Musk is worth $400 billion now. I feel like we watch so many videos about billionaires, but it's so interesting. It's so interesting hearing about people that just have an absurd amount of wealth that they would never be able to spend. Yeah, Mansa Musa is generally considered the richest person in terms of like modern day wealth from that time. I don't think he was the richest person of his time, but like compared to the other people in his era, you couldn't use that wealth. Mansa Musa was the richest person because he just had so much fucking gold. Like he had billions of dollars worth of gold. But even then, it was just like, dude, you're in the olden times. You know, your wealth doesn't get you as far. I feel like in modern times, being rich gets you way more stuff. Like the best shit you could have then was just like, it was just power at the end of the day, which is still related to wealth entirely. But I feel like rich people like way back when, like BC era, It was just like you were powerful because you had so much material versus being able to spend that money on goods.
In years. That's
money then was just land. Not even then, because land wasn't owned by money. You just used land. BC era, land was like, I'm going to kill you and just take the land. I own the land. Then it was like, when was Mansa Musa alive? $1337. So yeah, maybe then, because he could buy land, but he just had so much gold. But it was like, what do you use? What do you spend $400 billion on in fucking the year 1300? What was his worth today? 400 billion. I mean, I think he's about to get passed. He had 400 billion in gold. How do you have that much fucking gold? I mean, he probably had other stuff, too. Franco, thank you for the 3. Thank you for being kind-hearted and genuine. So many people with the wrong. We chose UPS. If there's any way I can reach out, I have a gourmet cookie business. I'd love to send you a box of the best chocolate chip cookies on the planet. Well, thank you for the 3. And I hope your business goes well. But currently, I don't have, like, a P.O. box or anything. And thank you for that. Brett, thank you for the 5 gift. It's a 1973 for the 5. Interesting video, philosophy for a while. You really got me into it. Any recommendations to get into it? For videos from philosophy, I always say Alex O'Connor is a great YouTuber to watch. Book writing, I always think just Greek philosophy get into. Anonymous Big, Joey and Mr. Slacky for the sub, Eco Apollo for the sub, Dimensional for the 5. Lock in. Lock in.
30 times longer than human beings have existed. And in the time it's taken me to tell you this, Elon has made another $100,000.
Elon's made $100K in 11 seconds. So you think he could just start buying shit nonstop? Bro, I don't get why they keep I've said this so many times. If I'm that rich, I understand at that point, now they're just like fighting to be the most powerful, richest person in the world. That's what they care about. That and advancing whatever weird goals they have. But I feel like if I was that rich, I'd be like, bro, I'm just going to like bum. Like just donate half that fucking, I know it's net worth, but I would liquidate all my assets, donate half of it, and then just bum on a private island for the rest of my life. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You could buy anything. Most of the time, they just, like, hodl the money. And they never sell it. They just leave it as unrealized gains.
The easiest thing about Elon is that he's not even the richest person in history. He's actually not
Who the fuck is richer than Elon Musk outside of Mansa Musa?
even close. If you look back in time, there are people...
Maybe, like, dictators? Like Stalin? Or Hitler? Like... Were they, like, I mean, there wasn't really, like, an attached value, but I feel like they probably had some level of...
People that make Elon...
Mao.
Look broke. So let's go find the richest human to ever exist. Starting in the late 80s.
John D. Rockefeller, but I don't even think he was that rich. I mean, he was really rich, but I'm saying I think now he would probably be, like, $5 billion.
With a Colombian billionaire who revolutionized the energy supplement industry. Pablo Escobar. He was
Did he say energy supplement? The cocaine business?
Pablo Escobar. He was raking in $420 million a week, but his net worth...
Oh! $420 million a week? Damn.
After inflation only reached $80 billion. So on paper, he's not even beating Elon. But unlike everyone else in this video, Pablo's wealth was...
It's such a different level of... I feel like you gotta factor in power, bro. Pablo Escobar, I would say, had much more power than Elon Musk in his time. Like, Pablo Escobar had people that he could control at a whim. Like, at the drop of a dime, dude, they would do anything. Like, he ran that's what I'm saying. Like, the richest person in money, yeah, is like Elon Musk, you're going net worth. But in terms of like rich, like power and like wealth, like in just assets or like gains in general, I feel like it's just going to be somewhat like fucking Genghis Khan.
In this video, Pablo's wealth wasn't tied up in stocks or politics. He just had literal dollars. He was spending...
Which I would say is also more valuable. If you have 80 bill in liquid cash, that's probably way more valuable than 400 bill net worth. Actually, no, because you could leverage that and just take out mass loans and then never pay them back fully. Like, that's what billionaires do, bro. They're just constantly cycling debt. where they're able to just constantly be in the red, even though they have unrealized gains. They just sell them to pay off debt, and then they never pay taxes.
He just had literal dollars. He was spending $1,000 a week on rubber bands just to hold them together, and damage to them cost him $2 billion a year. So Pablo wasn't the richest person in history overall, but if we're talking actual cash, he probably was. But let's go back in time to see a very different kind
actual fucking raw money.
Kind of wealth. The year is 1945. World War II just ended, and in America, millions of soldiers are coming home. They'll return to a blue-collar economy, where families can be supported on a single income. The American dream is alive and well. How's everyone else doing? It's in these ruins where we'll find one of the richest men to ever live. Joseph Stalin.
Oh my god, I called that shit. Dude, yeah. You're the main dictator of Soviet Russia.
Communist ruler of the Soviet Union.
That's not a pre-watch, bro. That's a fucking good guess. That's not a pre-watch. Are you fucking serious? Y'all all said Mansa Musa, and I guarantee you he's going to show Mansa Musa. And at that point, I'm going to go pre-watch. You guys have all seen this fucking video.
Was uninterested in money. He had practically no personal possessions outside of his pipes, books, and plain military tunic. He did live much better than his citizens, having access to things like food, but he wasn't basking in luxury. His pay stubs show him making today's equivalent of $30K a month, but according to his son, he just let the checks pile up on his desk, and he probably didn't.
But it's like, at that point, money doesn't matter, bro. You're the leader of a huge country, like one of the biggest by land mass. It's just, and power at that time. Like, what's him having money? He could do whatever he wants. He's basically the government. He could just reach into the fucking country's pockets and spend it on what he wants.
Didn't even have a savings.
Ooh, Julius Caesar's a good guess.
Account. The reason Stalin is considered one of the richest men in history, despite technically having no money, is because he didn't need money. He already owned the entire state. Doing anything that questioned his power, even something like telling a private joke, would get you gulagged or executed. Stalin had so much control that after he had a fatal stroke, no one called a doctor for 12 hours because everyone was too scared of Stalin waking up and punishing them for acting without official orders. So despite being broke on...
So they saw him die and just waited for 12 hours to see if his heart would start up back up again?
Paper, Stalin had complete control over an economy that would today be worth $10 trillion.
Whoa. And we're going up from here? We're going up from here? I thought you were going to say like maybe 500 bill. We're not going up from $10 trillion. Yeah, I mean, he basically held the GDP of his country.
See, in order to find the richest person in history, we need to think bigger than just money.
He's going power. He's going power. Ooh, okay. Wait, he just showed half the faces of the people. Next one's Hitler. Who else is fucking big? I feel like Genghis Khan. Who else held a lot of land mass? Maybe like who was a leader of like the British empires during like the conquering of like the world days? Like a king, Louis the 14th. Yeah, somebody like that.
In this video will represent a different time period and a different form of...
Alexander the Great Alexander the Great held like modern day like 3 countries. I feel like Alexander the Great was a crazy military commander. He never lost a major battle. Like, he was goated in his era, but he didn't have like wealth. Alexander the Great, land he held. Like, he conquered not that much land in modern day. Like, he held, for his time, it was crazy. But, he held, like, modern-day Egypt, Macedonia, all the way to, like, Gundera. Like, this is, like, bro, this is, like, 4 countries. This is, like, not a lot of land. It's just, then it was. But now, nah.
Wealth, whether it be political power or cash or company equity. And in the end, only one will be determined as the richest person in history.
He had the biggest empire ever. Alexander the Great did not have the biggest empire ever. What is the biggest empire ever? Probably the Roman Empire. Oh, the British Empire. That's what I was saying. Then the Mongol Empire by land. Continuous land empire is the Mongol Empire. British Empire had the most land in general. 25% of Earth's surface in 1920.
So let's move on to our next contender. In 1909, Adolf Hitler was homeless. He had moved to Vienna to pursue his dream of becoming an artist, but things weren't really working out. He got rejected from art
The Austrian painter.
school and found himself selling small paintings and postcards just to get by and sleeping in hostels. Then, after fighting in the First World War and
That's him?
Then, after fighting in the First World War and beginning his political involvement, he attempted to forcefully overthrow the government, which got him locked up for 9 months. Hopefully, he'll use these 9 months to reflect and reform
What, and write Mein Kampf?
and turn himself into a better person. He wrote Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
Upon release in 1925, the Racism Manifesto met with mediocre sales. But as Germany's situation declined, Mein Kampf's popularity grew. And when Hitler took power in 1933, the book was everywhere. It was also around this time when Hitler realized he had access to developer commands. He instructed the government to buy 6 million copies of his own book and hand them out to soldiers, government officials, and newlyweds. He then avoided a $2 million bill by making himself tax exempt. His next lick was copywriting his own image, which allowed him to collect royalties on every postage stamp sold in Nazi Germany. Then he copyrighted his speeches so he could collect money when they were printed in the news. These passive income streams made Hitler millions. By the end of his life, Mein Kampf had sold around 10 million copies, which actually isn't an insane amount. For reference, he was outsold 3-1 by Anne Frank, but Hitler did have one last side hustle. Between 1933 and 1945, it was estimated that he received over $5 billion in donations from his supporters, most of this coming from wealthy businessmen.
Wait, is that Rockefeller? Or is that Ford? That's an American billionaire. Who is this? That's Ford. Henry Ford donated the majority of the $5 billion to Adolf Hitler.
It's impressive how much personal money Hitler was able
I did not know that.
to milk out of his position, but his real wealth came from his military might. At its peak in 1942, Nazi Germany controlled nearly all of Europe, stealing hundreds of billions in resources and putting millions of people into forced labor. So through his conquests, Hitler commanded resources worth $3 trillion in today's dollars. But before dictators, there was a man building a very different type of empire.
Oil.
Henry Ford had a revelation. If you pay them more and let them sleep, your slaves won't revolt. In 1914, Henry made the radical decision to double wages from $2.50 to $5.
Yeah, I think a lot of people praise CEOs that give good benefits to workers, but a lot of the times they do that for competitive advantage to boost their own gain. Not necessarily saying that they didn't want to do it, but it's like being a good boss is not necessarily a moral endeavor. It could be a financial-based gain.
$5 a day. He then cut the work week from 6 days to 5 days. After seeing
Yeah, and it's wild that that's the system we run today. It went from 60 hours to 40-hour work weeks, and there's picket signs that people would have that said 8 hours rest, 8 hours work, 8 hours sleep, or 8 hours rest, 8 hours work, 8 hours like leisure. And so it was like 8, 8, and 8. And that's what you wanted to do 5 days a week. Rest meaning sleep. And now we still rock the same 40-hour work week.
After
At
seeing
least
the
in the U.S.
operations of meatpacking plants, Ford organized his workers in a line, an assembly line.
Cut it down to 20. I think reasonable's 30. I think having people work 6 hours 5 days a week, or like 10 hours 4 days a week, makes more sense. Because you can't reasonably bump the average person to work down to 20. Because that's full part-time. Like, there would be a production level issue, I would assume. I've seen other countries work with 30. How many hours does the average Australian work per week? 38. How many does the average American? I feel like it's more than 40. 39. So it varies. What is the lowest average work hours per week in the world? Vanuatu. Okay, I don't know. Kiribati, Mozambique, Austria, the average person works 29 hours a week. The Netherlands, the average person works 29 hours a week. See, that seems reasonable. Like, you're still getting shit done.
What resulted was production time for the Ford Model T dropping from 12 hours to 90 minutes. Prices dropped from $850 to $290. And for 50 years, the Model T was the most sold car in history. But Ford's greatest invention wasn't the assembly line or the Model T. See, after Ford made automobiles accessible to the masses, people—
Who made, was it Ford that had his own fucking current? No, it wasn't Ford. What CEO, or was it multiple, that had their own currency? Where, like, they would live in a town and work for the CEO, and they would get fake money that was only redeemable at that business. So it was like a cyclical loop of, like, being forced to work for the guy you worked for now. Oppenheimer? Okay. I'm talking to a brain dead chatter right now. Who gave their employees fake money to use only at their business? U.S. history. Company stores. Oh, so it wasn't just one person. Company stores in the 19th century gave employees scrip or company money that could only be used at business-owned stores. It was not a legally recognized currency, but it basically kept all their workers in a cyclical debt and a dependency of their business.
People began moving outside of cities and driving back—
Yeah, like Bart Bucks.
Back and forth to work. And after the success of Ford's mass production methods, they were widely copied by companies and countries. The suburbs, commuting, and the modern work schedule can all be traced back to Henry Ford, which is why many credit him as the inventor of the middle class. So despite his measly $200 billion personal net worth, Ford's massive influence might make him the richest person in history. But Henry's success was only possible thanks to the men who came before him. It's the late 1800s. The telephone, telegraph, and light bulb are currently being invented. Pollution is awesome. Child labor is legal. Yes!
Bro, the craziest video we ever watched was learning about how chimney sweeps were like 6-year-olds. And it was like fairly common that they would get lost and die in someone's home. Like in the fucking chimney.
Regulations don't exist, long hours and unsafe working equipment give employees a healthy work-death balance. The stage is set for maximum capitalism. 3 men would define this era. The
1870s? Bro, I don't even know billionaires from the 1870s. I know Andrew Carnegie was huge, but was that before Henry Ford? The Wright brothers. The Wright brothers. Rockefeller for sure. Said the Wright brothers. It's definitely not the Wright brothers. Were the Wright brothers rich? I feel like they were broke.
OG being Cornelius Vanderbilt, who conquered the railroad industry and died with more money.
Isn't there a current newsman that is a descendant of Cornelius Vanderbilt? He's like a fucking modern news guy. Anderson Cooper. Anderson Cooper is like a literal word-for-word descendant. Y'all know Anderson Cooper. Fucking this guy. Silver Fox. Anderson Cooper. Descendant of Vanderbilt. Yeah. In the news. It's so weird how like he's also like famous.
Than the US Treasury. The next was Andrew Carnegie, who made a fortune with steel, then devoted the rest of his life to philanthropy. And
that's me! I paid attention in history class. American Steel.
This was during a time before charity tax advantages. He actually meant that shit, but the richest of the—
Wait, what? He donated all his money?
With steel, then devoted the rest of his life to philanthropy. And this was during a time before charity tax advantages. He actually meant that shit, but the richest of the 3 was John D. Rockefeller. In 1870, John founded Standard Oil. He quickly
didn't he create the anti-monopoly? I'm gonna sound like such a nerd. Didn't John D. Rockefeller get so big in he was such a big oil baron that he basically created the modern day like anti-monopoly rules where Rockefeller had to separate his company into a billion smaller companies because he was too big to fail. Like he was almost larger than the government.
Stomped his competitors through innovation and screwing them over, and by the 1880s he controlled 90% of America's oil refining. But his empire fell in 1911 when the US Supreme Court declared Standard Oil an illegal monopoly and ordered it to be broken up into 34.
Holy fuck. Yo, brother, we got to put our foot down here. You're going to have to break this up into 34 different companies. Hey, pal, I think this is getting a little too far.
New companies. This judicial punishment destroyed Rockefeller's fortune, and he ended up dying in poverty. Just
Get the fuck out of here.
Kidding. After the breakup,
Get the
he had ownership in each of the new companies, and their stock values soared, making him richer than ever before. The antitrust
It made him more rich, but I feel like it removed the capability of power that he had.
breakup resulted in Rockefeller becoming the world's first billionaire, and at his peak in 1913, he was worth 2% of the US GDP.
Bro, but that's what's like so, oh god, he looks so fucking old. By the way, I'm not trying to make fun of him. A lot of people say I'm ageist and I make fun of old people a lot, you know. I do, but I'm not against old people. It's more so just like, holy fuck, like this guy looks so old. I'm just like, imagine being worth this amount of money in fucking 1912. Bro, what are you going to use on that? You're going to buy premium cocaine? Like, I mean, bro, and he probably just bought like cool wooden chairs and shit. Oh, what a boring time to be rich. I mean, come on.
Peak in 1913, he was worth 2% of the US GDP. Estimates of his personal worth in today's dollars range from 4 to 600 billion, making him potentially the richest person ever. But before the robber barons, there was a family who bankrolled entire empires.
I see conspiracy theories about them. They're British or European. What family are they? The Rothschilds. And it'll always be some creepy music with one of the guys like this. And they always relate him to the Simpsons character. The Rothschilds. It'll be one of the Rothschilds kids, and it'll be like, and it'll be playing some creepy music like, it's just some TikTok account with like 10 likes. Why the Rothschilds still run the world.
The year is 1744. The United States doesn't exist yet. The life expectancy is 30. Cities are full of shit.
30?
There's no...
Well, that's because of infant mortality.
No electricity. In a small Jewish ghetto, Mayor Amschel Rothschild is born. He starts in business at a young age, working his way up from being a rare coin dealer to a successful banker. Then in the early 1800s, he launches a conquest. He sends his 5 sons to the 5 key financial centers of Europe. Every son does their part, and before the invention of the telephone, the Rothschilds have established the first international banking network. They finance wars and peacetime recovery, pay for massive projects like the Suez Canal, and give out loans that save countries' economies. But the Rothschilds have one serious problem. For centuries, Jews in Europe had been prohibited from owning land, blocked out of most industries, and at risk of property confiscation or exile. So in order to ensure their survival, the Rothschilds invested in stocks, bonds, and debts, rather than just tangible assets like gold or real estate that could have been taken or destroyed. Another method they used to ensure their wealth stayed within the family, the cousin technique. Through financial tactics and incest, the Rothschilds managed to mostly avoid persecution, but the extent of their wealth today is widely debated.
It's that guy! Oh my god! That's the picture! That's the picture! That's the picture. It's bro, this is literally the still frame image I see on it'll be like 3 a.m. It's like once a month I get a video about how the Rothschilds still run the world.
Some estimates have claimed the Rothschilds have a current net worth of $500 trillion.
What?
But the only Rothschild you'll find today on the Forbes rich list is Jeff Rothschild. He's worth $3.2 billion. He works at Facebook, and he is not related to the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds no longer have much centralized family wealth, but at their peak, their total worth would have been the largest single fortune in history. On an individual level, the richest ever was Nathan Rothschild. According to estimates, his peak net worth today would be around $20 billion, but his power and connections would likely have been worth a lot more. To find our next contender for the richest person in history...
I love that we're going back in time. I love Jack Pocket's videos. Love them.
Let's go back to
Did I like it yet? No.
Europe in the 1500s. Christopher Columbus just got back from America. The church owns everything, and Jacob Fugger is born into a wealthy German family. After inheriting the family business, Jacob starts expanding it from merchant trading to banking, and soon he's handing out massive loans to finance everything from art projects to wars and elections. In 1519, he spent the modern equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars to get Emperor Charles V elected. But when Charles was slow to pay back his
He spent that much money to get people elected, so he just bribed people and shit?
debts, Jacob sent
Or just straight up, like, raw promotion?
him an angry letter reminding him of his place.
It is well known and clear as day that your imperial majesty could not have claimed the Roman crown without my help.
History repeats itself. Church officials.
Oh my god. Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House. The Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate.
Church officials ended up getting in so much debt to Fugger that they started selling heaven passes called indulgences.
Bro, I had to learn about this in church and state. There was such a period of like this was a long period in like Christianity in general, where like in that time you could, if you were rich, you could do so many sins and it didn't matter because you could just go pay your way to heaven. And it would effectively enable you to be the worst person ever because you just had money.
This led to a protest, which led to a religious revolution. Fugger had more influence than kings, but he was also a nice guy. He made the first ever social housing complex, and to this day, 150 people still live in these apartments at the cost of $1 a year, as well as 3 required daily prayers for the Fugger family. At his peak, Jacob owned 2.
Is that a real requirement? 150 needy Augsburg citizens of the Catholic faith live here for annual rent of 88 pence per day, 3 daily prayers.
For the Fugger family. At his peak, Jacob owned 2% of Europe's GDP, which would be around 400 billion today. But the richest person in history may have been further back in time.
Matsubusa.
In
Pre-watch chat, you guys all fucking already saw this video, didn't you? Mm-hmm. I already knew it, bruh. Literally all this content fake. All these chatters already seen this fucking shit. Pre-watched. Bullshit.
1324, a man went on a pilgrimage across Africa. His name was Mansa Musa, and he was the king of the Mali Empire. Mali had a lot of salt and a lot of gold. A lot of gold.
You know, the term this term salary comes from salt because you used to get a salt salary. Like they used to give you salt instead of money. So when you're like, what's your salary? It's actually a historical reference to what you would get paid in salt because salt used to be very valuable.
So much gold that on Musa's pilgrimage he covered himself, his 60,000 person entourage, and his hundreds of animals with thousands of pounds of gold. And then he handed out so much of that gold that it destabilized local economies. So he borrowed the gold back, which fixed the problem.
He gave away so much money that it fucked their economies.
Until he paid all the debts back at once and everything crashed again. After Musa's multi-billion-dollar road trip, he began showing up on maps decked out in gold, cementing his reputation in history as the original flexer. But estimating his net worth is borderline impossible, since all accounts of Musa's trek come from second-hand testimony. It's believed that Musa controlled about half of the world's gold supply, and the most common number
But how did he get that?
I found for his total worth was 400 billion, but many numbers went much higher. So based on the amount of valuable resources under his control, Mansa Musa may be the richest person in history. But go back 100 years and there was a man with a very different kind of wealth.
I don't know who these 3 would be. Genghis Khan. It literally says it. I called Genghis Khan. I kind of want to guess the other 2 before him. It's going to be Genghis Khan. I think the last one's probably going to be Julius Caesar. Who's the middle guy? Probably a king? No. George Washington. I think we are a little past George Washington. We are in the year 1200 right now. Do you know when George Washington was alive?
In the early 1200s, Genghis Khan controlled more land than any man in history. His Mongol Empire covered almost 20% of Earth's land area.
Isn't it like, what percentage of people in China are related to Genghis Khan? I think it's like 5% or some absurd number. 8% of men in the region of the former Mongol Empire. So, like, a lot of Eastern Asia are related to Genghis Khan. That's great, like a direct relation. Percentage not specific. 1 in 200. This 8% in the former Mongol region translates to about 0.5% of the world population. 1 in 200 men share a chromosomal relation to Genghis Khan. That is fucking crazy.
Making his estimated net worth today 130 trillion. But this is slightly misleading. Genghis never really had much wealth of his own, and this was actually vital to his influence. Rather than taking for himself, war loot was redistributed to soldiers and commanders to promote loyalty. Genghis wore the same clothes and ate the same food.
Yeah, like if you give me power and I can control you, you'll get all the gains.
As his crew. He slept in tents and asked to be buried with no markings or signs. Genghis Khan didn't really have desire for personal wealth or possessions, but based on his control of land, he may have been the richest guy to ever live. But let's go even further back in time.
I always wonder, what do you think the goal was there? Like for Genghis Khan or people in that time that were just conquering land, was it just like something to do? They had to have a goal, a purpose, because like, not fun. I mean, it was just like, yeah, like world domination, control the world, but it was like, why? You know? Like there was a reason, power, probably the lust for power, like the need to control.
To the year 1 AD.
Jesus?
The people alive right now have no idea that
No, it's going to be Julius Caesar.
That they're living through a turning point in history. They actually don't even know what year it is. Romans think that it's year 754. Jews think it's 3761. The Chinese think it's year 9. And for the Greeks, it's 194. Every country...
Dude, it still is crazy to me that Jesus didn't have a lot of money. I don't think Jesus had really much money at all. Anyways, I was just saying that because it said year 1. Anyways, what was I going to fucking say? Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, isn't it crazy that a lot of countries still don't operate on like the Roman calendar? Or not the Roman calendar, like the Christian calendar. What is the Christian calendar's name? Is it called the liturgical calendar? Or Gregorian. Yeah, the Gregorian year. What countries, what year is it? Year is it per country map? Like, dude, this is nuts. I love seeing this shit. Hold up. How do I full screen this? I mean, this is a very low quality image. But like most of the world is in the blue, which is the Gregorian calendar. But there's so many other countries in this region, in these regions, that like live by their own. I think they still operate under some sort of functionality in the Gregorian calendar because it's like that's what most of the world uses. But they still have their own calendar that they use casually.
Year 9, and for the Greeks, it's 194. Every country is kind of doing their own thing. America's building early cities thanks to the Mayans, India's trading through the ocean and Silk Road, China just invented paper, and in Rome, Augustus Caesar is balling. A few years prior, he defeated Mark Antony and Cleopatra in battle and snatched up Egypt as his personal property. He now controls around 20% of Rome's economic output, and that includes the tax flows, the treasury, the gold and silver mines, and revenue from conquered lands. He also has a money method where he kills rich people from his own empire just to take their stuff. After Caesar passes in the year 14, he officially gets declared a god with an estimated modern day net worth of $5 trillion. But let's go back another 900 years.
900 BC, King Solomon.
Civilization is in its early stages. Most people live short, difficult lives. Money in the form of coins doesn't yet exist. King Solomon ruled.
Yeah, when was the first coin? Was that ancient Egypt? Well, ancient Egypt existed for a long time. What was the first coin ever made. Lydian coins in the year 600 BC in the Kingdom of Lydia in modern-day Turkey was made from gold and silver. These early coins were standardized in weight and marked with symbols like a lion to indicate their official status. I would love to own one of those coins. I am such a nerd for that shit where it's like, this is the first fucking money that was ever used by humans.
Rules over
They're probably so rare.
the Kingdom of Israel, collecting
Probably all in fucking museums.
gold by the ton. His yearly tax revenue is 666 talents of gold.
See how much one goes for? I bet you can't even buy one. Ooh! Never mind. You could buy, I don't know if this is real or not. They have ones on eBay for $20 that are definitely fake. There's a silver one from 561 BC on eBay for $1,168. There's around 2,000 modern coins that have been counted. I feel like you can't buy that. I feel like this shit's fake. Like where's the authentic? Oh no, it's authenticated. You could buy an authentic silver Lydian coin for $1,100. Gold one's probably way more. Ooh, they have one on eBay for $49,000. That's pure gold and very good looking. Wow.
Basks in his riches with his 700 wives, and in today's money, he's worth
Show us? No. Editor, throw up image. Lydia coin on eBay.
over $2 trillion. But this is all according to accounts in the Bible, written hundreds of years. His riches, money in the form of coins, doesn't yet exist. King Solomon rules over the Kingdom of Israel, collecting gold by the ton. His yearly tax revenue is 666 talents of gold. He basks in his riches with his 700 wives, and in today's money, he's
700 wives?
worth over $2 trillion. But this is all according to accounts in the Bible, written
Now, the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 603 score and 6 talents of gold.
hundreds of years after he would have lived. When we're this far back in time, details get murky. Written accounts are sparse and incredibly biased. The richest man from ancient times will never really know. So, who is the richest person in history? Looking at this graph, it seems like there's a lot of people who make Elon look broke. But these numbers don't tell the whole story. Hear me out. In 1913, John D. Rockefeller was worth 2% of US GDP. Today, Elon Musk is worth 1.4% of US GDP. So Rockefeller had a larger share of the economy, making
Yeah, I think having a share of the world, whatever you owned of the world, is how rich you were. So it has to be somebody from a long time ago.
his inflation-adjusted net worth higher than Elon's. But here's the catch. The US economy today is 22 times larger than it was in 1913. Rockefeller had a bigger slice of a much smaller pie. Estimated numbers don't tell the story of how the entire world has become more and more prosperous over time. Elon is now the biggest fish in the biggest pond that has ever existed. On top of this, his wealth is a personal fortune. It's well documented and verifiable, unlike ancient figures like King Solomon.
Yeah, it's like King Solomon might literally be fully exaggerated. Like he probably was rich, but that might just be straight up like cap that he had that amount of wealth.
It wouldn't disappear if he lost his positions of power. Unlike dictators and heads of state, he can access it for whatever he wants, and he harnesses technology that ancient figures would think is witchcraft. Elon is the richest person in history, with his
He's the richest person in history by money, but I don't think by power. I think Elon Musk, the richest person by power, I would probably say was Joseph Stalin. Or Genghis. I feel like it was Joseph Stalin. Because you got to go like no one. Genghis Khan, yeah, but Genghis Khan was seen as equal by a lot of his men. Like he ate with them. He did all that. Dude, people were afraid. Like other people were afraid of Genghis Khan, and maybe his own people were. But I'm saying like, dude, if you fucked with Stalin, you were dead. Like your whole family was dead. Or fucking thrown into like a camp. Like that's fucked. I think in modern times, the equivalent of that is like Kim Jong-un. Like, he's not the most powerful by any means, but over his people, like, dude, Kim Jong-un could he's not even in contention to this, but like in modern times, Kim Jong-un literally just runs his people. A lot of people say he's a figurehead and his sister actually runs the country. Regardless, it's like, if you're a citizen of North Korea and you do anything that he doesn't approve of, you and your family are fucked. Like, forever.
400 billion today. Eventually, someone will get even richer. But based on history, everyone else will get richer too.
I loved that video. That was my favorite video of the day thus far. Bro's excited over child labor. Jack technically he didn't profit off child labor, but was hyped for child labor. The way he said yes to child labor. You're meant for YouTube comedy, epic, fast, Skyrim music. Bro, his voice is... I'm going to glaze Jack Pocket so bad. But, like, the editing, the voice, the topics he chooses are so fucking entertaining. And it's like you're also learning something. So it makes you feel better in a sense where it's not like I'm just, like, brain rotting. You copy his editing? What do you mean I copy his editing? My editors do? I don't edit shit. I can't fucking edit anything. I used to edit my own fucking videos on iMovie to give you some perspective on how good of an editor I was. Snipe for the sub, JSNH for the sub, Smoke for the sub, Big for the thray. Proud of you with your history knowledge. Thank you. Charlie, Jack, 95, Sympathy, and Little for the sub. MTL and Blaine, thank you for the 5 gifts. It's real for the thray. Yeah, we already talked about that. Soup and Blaine, thank you for the 5 gifts. It's Crazy for the sub. Goon and Darth and Squad for the sub. Frank, thank you for the thray. All right. Chat, we're about to watch a video about the Habsburg child. So we're going to watch a video about incest here. I'm going to go piss real quick, then we're going to lock in. Count me down. I pissed like 5 times today. I'm sorry. Wait, why does it not look weird? Oh, it does now. Wait. I feel like it captures it better now. Oh, it's because I stream in 1440p, maybe? No. That's just better quality. Toasted and Snive for the sub. JSH and Spoke for the sub. Gets reacting? Shut up! All right, we might have to save this terrible movie for the next one because this one's going to be long. But we'll still leave it in case this video sucks. But I am hyped for this. The King Born... I don't know why I said I was hyped for this. The King Born with liquid bones and a skull full of water.
Portrait. You see divine bloodlines, perfect genetics. Look at any royal portrait. You see divine bloodlines, perfect genetics, rulers chosen by God himself. These people had everything: power, wealth, the best of everything life could offer. You're looking at a lie. The most powerful royal family in Europe didn't fall from grace. They destroyed themselves from the inside out. Their pure bloodline became so contaminated that their final king couldn't close his mouth, couldn't chew food, couldn't produce an heir. His own mother recoiled in horror when he was born. But before Charles II of Spain became a
But it wasn't like a small... Dude, it was a slow fucking descent into incestual madness. Like, do you think they ever went, maybe we should stop fucking our cousins because you're starting to have health problems? Like, they were never like, you know, this is becoming an... Did they know? I always wonder that. I don't know. Did they know in that time that, like, incest caused those issues? Or were they just like, damn, we're getting unlucky on health problems right now? Like, everybody's coming out with fucked up problems with their lungs or kidneys or... No? Why are you asking us? I don't know. I think generally my chat would have broad knowledge.
medical impossibility. Before his jaw protruded so far he drooled constantly. Before his body failed at every basic function. He was heir to the greatest empire on earth. This is one of the only documented cases in history where we can see exactly what happens when humans push genetics past the breaking point. Modern scientists who analysed his DNA found something that shouldn't be possible. He was more inbred than if his parents were siblings. What you're about to see is both tragic and terrifying.
How is he more inbred than if his parents were siblings? That doesn't make any fucking sense. What? How can you be more inbred than if your parents are siblings? Like you're fucking your mom or some shit? Like, what is that? What do you mean? I'm sorry I turned away there. I did not expect this very fully generated image to show up where he's just staring.
What you're about to see is both tragic and terrifying. It's the story of how the most powerful dynasty in the world turned their own bodies into a biological nightmare. Let me take you back to November 6th, 1661, to a dimly lit chamber in the royal palace of Madrid. The midwives have just delivered the heir to the Spanish throne and something is terribly wrong. The baby's head is grotesquely large, his breathing laboured. But here's...
I'm not, no, seriously, I'm not trying. I'm getting ready. I'm trying to get ready. This is just, the images he's throwing up that are fucking like, this is like an AI generated image. Like, I mean, this is just fucking crazy right now. What they're saying, he came out like Megamind.
Large, his breathing laboured. But here's what the history books don't tell you. His own mother, Queen Mariana, reportedly shuddered at the sight of him and refused to nurse her own child.
Oh my God, bro. I mean, like, it's leading up to this where it's like, bro, like she had sex with her brother or whoever. Like, how did he come out like that?
This wasn't maternal cruelty. This was instinctive horror. You see, Queen Mariana wasn't just Charles's mother, she was also his cousin. And
what? That's not making sense. She was his mother, but also his cousin. Meaning their parents, oh my God, their parents' siblings were the same. That's not making sense. So she had sex with her dad?
His aunt. How is that possible?
She's his mom, his aunt, and his cousin. Explain.
His aunt. How is that possible? Because his father, Philip IV, had married his own niece. If you're trying to work out...
His father married his niece. So his mom married her uncle.
Out that family tree in your head right now. Don't bother. It's not a tree. It's a circle. But to understand...
He just like fully just tried to encapsulate what I'm thinking. He's like, it's not a tree. It's just fucking, there's a loop going on. Okay.
understand how we got to this moment, to understand how a baby could be born so genetically compromised that his own mother recoiled.
Oh my god, dude, it's just like random generations of being like, this person's with their cousin, and then their cousin ended up getting with their mom's sibling, their aunt.
We need to go back further. Way back to when the Habsburg dynasty first discovered the dark magic of keeping...
I hope he shows like a full lineage of the Habsburg family. Where were they kings of? What was the Habsburg Empire ruling? Spain? When though? When did the Habsburgs rule? Do you think there's any descendants of the Habsburgs today? They ruled from the 13th century until 1918. So like World War I?
Power in the family, literally. The Habsburgs had a saying, "Let others wage war, you, happy Austria, marry." It sounds romantic until you realise they meant marrying each other. For almost 200 years, the Spanish branch of the Habsburg family had been marrying cousins, uncles, wedding nieces, and in some cases double first cousins uniting in matrimony. They called it maintaining the purity of blood. Scientists now call it genetic suicide. Here's a number that will blow your mind. Over 80% of Spanish Habsburg marriages were between close relatives. Not distant cousins you might meet at a family reunion.
Not like a third cousin. Wasn't it legal in the United States to marry your third cousin? Because you're so distantly related that the odds of genetic issues are low.
We're talking about people who...
Yo, Emzo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, we've got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Toasted Trey and Nina for the sub. Cam, thank you for the 3. Bro, that guy's more genetically disgusting than Joe's feet. Fuck you.
Shared grandparents, or in some cases, parents.
They shared parents, so you're saying they're siblings.
By the time Charles II was born, all 8 of his great-grandparents descended from the same couple, Philip I and Joanna of Castile.
Wait, what?
Of his great-parents.
This always fucks me up, dude. I feel like this whole video is gonna feel like when somebody tells you a story and they're like, yeah, my brother's girlfriend's sibling's friend. Lost me. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
By the time Charles II was born, all 8 of his great-grandparents descended from the same couple. Philip I...
All 8 of his grandparents had the same parents. How is that fucking possible?
And Joanna of Castile. Every single one. Modern genetic analysis has calculated Charles's inbreeding coefficient. That's the percentage of his genes that were identical copies from common ancestors, at 0.254. To put that in perspective, children of brother-sister incest have an inbreeding coefficient of 0.25. Charles II was more inbred than a child of siblings.
How is that possible? How's that possible? That doesn't even make fucking sense. That's like that's like literally you're trying. Wait, now I'm gonna ask a really crazy question. What would the inbreed coefficient be of fraternal twins? I'm really about to Google this. Fuck. What is the inbreed coefficient of fraternal twins having a kid? It says 0.25. Full siblings and fraternal... Oh, are fraternal siblings not... They're not identical. Can you have identical siblings that are not... Identical siblings are always the same sex, right? Almost always. How can they not be?
But numbers don't capture the human cost. Let me paint you a picture of what this meant for a living, breathing child. Baby Charles couldn't suckle properly. His mouth was already showing signs of deformity. His skull bones hadn't fused properly, leaving his head misshapen and swollen. The court physicians noted he had a weak suck and struggled to feed. In an era before formula, this was life-threatening. The wet nurses hired to feed him reported something disturbing. The infant rarely cried, not because he was content, but because he seemed to lack the energy. He would lie there, pale and still, his oversized head lolling to one side, his breathing shallow and raspy. The physicians, the best in Spain, were baffled. They'd never seen an infant so fundamentally broken. As months turned to years, the true extent of Charles's condition began to reveal itself. And this is where
as he aged, dude, he probably got way more problems.
the story gets truly disturbing. At age 4,
I'm not laughing. Stop looking at me. Don't look at me right now. Do not look at me right now.
years old, Charles still couldn't walk. Not wouldn't, couldn't.
It's not the fucking story that's making me laugh. It's the fucking imagery. Like, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this image that I'm staring at? They just like, why is the kid fucking blue?
Charles still couldn't walk. Not wouldn't, couldn't. His legs were thin as sticks, bowed from rickets, unable to support even his small body weight. Servants carried him everywhere in specially designed chairs. The future king of Spain had to be carried like an infant. But wait.
I mean, they weren't going, maybe we gotta try again. Like, I'm actually asking this. If you are the king of Spain and your child needs sticks wrapped around his legs, he has to get walked everywhere, his skull didn't fuse, and you're going, yeah, it's because I fucked my sibling. Like, maybe you're probably going, maybe let's take it out of the family for this go around, right? Maybe we'll put him to the side for this. He's going to rule Spain? Like, that's insane.
It gets worse. At 4 years old, Charles also couldn't speak. Not a single word. His tongue, already showing signs of abnormal growth, filled his mouth. His jaw, that infamous Habsburg jaw, was already protruding. When he finally did speak his first words, sometime after his 4th birthday, they were slurred, wet, incomprehensible. The court
What is this image, bro? I'm actually...
chroniclers delicately noted that His Majesty's speech required interpretation. Let me describe what they meant by that. Charles's tongue was so enlarged that it constantly protruded from his mouth. His lower jaw jutted out so severely that his lips couldn't close. This meant that when he attempted to speak, saliva would pour from his mouth. Royal attendants stood ready with silk cloths to constantly wipe the drool from the chin of the boy who would be king.
The workers had to be talking to each other about it. If you're one of the fucking midwives and you're sitting there going, dude, this kid is fucking, like, I mean, bro, they're fucking siblings and they're having children. I mean, like, this is what's happening.
Habsburg jaw. If you've never seen it, imagine a normal human skull, then grab the lower jaw and pull it forward several inches. Now imagine.
So, like, my jaw already sticks out. Out there? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's all the way out here. Like a... No.
That the upper jaw didn't grow to match. The result?
I'm looking up Habsburg child side profile. Wow. No image of a side profile, but I'm seeing this.
A mouth that can never fully close, teeth that can never meet, a tongue with nowhere to properly rest. In portraits, artists tried to minimize it, painting Charles with his mouth slightly open as if caught mid-word. In reality, his mouth was always open because it couldn't physically close. Foreign ambassadors meeting the young prince for the first time often struggled to maintain their composure. One French diplomat...
Yeah, bro. Like, imagine you're like... And the king dies, and now it's Habsburg the king. He's 10 years old. Oh, well, nice to meet you. And he's just fucking sitting there, you know, like, he can't speak. I mean,
Its private letters describe the shock. The prince's appearance defies description. His jaw protrudes so far that he appears to have two faces, one stacked in front of the other. When he attempts to eat, food falls from his mouth. When he speaks, one must stand back to avoid the spray. And eating. God, the eating. Charles couldn't chew. Think about that for a moment. Every meal, every day for his entire life, Charles II had to swallow his food whole like a pelican. His
How the fuck did he eat food? They didn't have blenders then. Did they mush it up before?
teeth, upper and lower, were separated by such a gap that they never met. Court dining became an exercise in creative cuisine. Meats had to be cut into tiny pieces, vegetables were pureed, bread was soaked in wine until it dissolved. The English ambassador, Alexander Stanhope, wrote one of the most visceral descriptions. His Catholic Majesty swallows all he eats whole, for his nether jaw stands so much out that his 2 rows of teeth cannot meet, to compensate which he has a prodigious stomach and swallows a whole lamb at 2 meals. But physical deformity was just the beginning. As Charles grew, or rather failed to grow properly, other problems emerged. He suffered from constant illnesses. Measles nearly killed him at age 6. Then came chickenpox, which left him
I'm surprised he didn't die, like, at birth.
covered in scars, then rubella, then smallpox. Each disease that swept through the palace found in Charles an eager host, his compromised immune system offering little resistance. The smallpox was particularly cruel. It struck when Charles was 9, and for weeks he lay between life and death. His face, already distorted, became a
Dude, see, what's weird is, like, they're describing what he looks like, but they're using AI imagery of a kid with a regular jaw.
battlefield of pustules and lesions. When he finally recovered, the scars joined the catalogue of his disfigurements. But the disease left something else, a complication that would haunt him forever. The physicians noticed fluid.
Look at a family tree. Fine. Habsburg family tree. What's the name of this fucking kid? Habsburg kid. Name. Charles II of Spain. I'm not even seeing a Charles II. I'm looking up Charles II of Spain family tree. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is his family. So, Philip and Joanna, regular, right, had sex. Kids. Boom, 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 boom. They, normal relationship. Then they bring it down. Here's where we start the inbreeding. These two are cousins. They pop out Anne, who fucks her uncle, and they pop out Philip. Philip gets with Margarita, who is another individual that who is also getting with somebody whose mom slept with her uncle. And then they pop out Philip the Fourth. How does Philip's then Philip has a kid. Wait. Philip is with Maria. No. Philip and Maria are siblings. Philip has sex with his sister's kid. And he's already inbred from 2 second cousins, already getting with people that had their niece. Their niece and uncle did it. So that's both of his parents. And both of her parents. And they were first cousins. Oh my God. And I didn't even look at this side. This is insane. This is actually insane.
Fluid building up in his skull.
What?
That would haunt him forever. The physicians noticed fluid building up in his skull. His already large head began to swell further. Today we call it hydrocephalus, water on the brain. In the 17th century they called it another curse upon the prince. The pressure caused blinding headaches, vision problems, and possibly contributed to the seizures that would plague his later years. By age 10, Charles's education was a source of palace scandal. Not because he was rebellious or lazy, but because he simply couldn't learn. Tutors reported that lessons had to be repeated dozens of times. Basic mathematics was beyond him. Latin, the language of royalty and diplomacy, might as well have been ancient Egyptian. His handwriting, on the rare occasions he attempted it, looked like the scrawls of a much younger child. One tutor's private notes, discovered centuries later, paint a heartbreaking picture. His Majesty tries with great effort but retains nothing. I explain a concept, and by the next day, it is as if he has never heard it. His attention wanders. Sometimes he stares at nothing for long periods. When asked what he is thinking, he cannot say. But here's where the story...
I love how this AI image has this guy dressed up in like a suit with like a very notable world map, like detailed. These images suck.
Takes an even darker turn. As Charles entered puberty, or what should have been puberty, his body betrayed him in new ways. He grew, but barely. While other royal teenagers shot up in height, Charles remained stunted. His voice, instead of deepening, stayed high and thin. Body hair? Barely any. The characteristics that marked a boy becoming a man simply didn't happen. The court physicians were consulted. In hushed conferences, they discussed what they observed but dared not put in official records. The prince showed no interest in women, no interest in men.
They were gonna try and get him to have a kid. They were gonna go, well, I mean, he's gonna have to. What? They were like, he has to have a kid. They were gonna try and get him. What would his kid? His kid wouldn't even make it out. Would die. His kid would die in infancy. There's no.
Neither, for that matter. He seemed to exist in a strange, childlike state. Neither boy nor man, but something in between. This terrified the court because Charles had one job above all others: to produce an heir. The entire Spanish Empire, stretching from Europe to the Americas to the Philippines, needed the royal bloodline.
Bro, they're cooked. We looked at the family tree. Even if his parents, the only chance is if one of his fucking parents got with somebody that was fully unrelated.
Continue. But how could a man who couldn't grow a proper beard father children? At age 18, they decided to find out. Charles was married to Marie-Louise of Orléans, a 17-year-old French princess who was by all accounts beautiful, intelligent, and healthy. The contrast between bride and groom shocked wedding guests. She was radiant. He was ghastly. She walked gracefully down the aisle. He shuffled, supported by attendants. When it came time for the kiss, observers noted that Marie-Louise had to steel herself visibly before leaning in. The wedding night
So she did not want to be with him at all.
was a disaster. Not the kind of disaster that makes for funny stories later, but the kind that determines the fate of empires. Charles, it became clear, was completely incapable of consummating the marriage. Not unwilling, incapable. His body simply didn't function as a man should. Marie-Louise, raised in the sophisticated French court, tried everything. She was patient. She was kind. She even, according to palace gossip, tried to instruct her husband in the basics of marital relations. Nothing worked. Years passed, no pregnancy. The Queen underwent humiliating examinations to determine if she was the problem. The physicians declared her perfectly fertile.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is happening, and they're going, let's take a look at the woman. Maybe she just can't get pregnant. Maybe it's the fucking Habsburg kid whose fucking parents and parents are all fucking related and just been having sex with their siblings for fucking 10 generations. What are we doing?
The problem, everyone knew, but no one would say officially, was the king. The pressure was crushing. Both Charles and Marie-Louise were subjected to increasingly desperate fertility treatments. She was forced to drink vile concoctions of herbs and animal organs. He was made to consume potions that included ground pearls and bull's blood.
What? Is that supposed to be him? They made him drink fucking bull's blood so he could try and have a kid.
At one point, the court brought in a specialist who prescribed eating the dried penis of a stag. Nothing worked, because nothing could work. Charles's reproductive system was as malformed as the rest of him. But wait, the story gets even more bizarre.
How does it get more bizarre? You're just telling me the doctor came in and said, hey, you got to eat this dried you got to eat this dried horse dick. Hey, sorry you can't get it up. Maybe this will help.
Charles's mother, desperate for a grandchild to continue the Habsburg line, consulted with mystics and holy men. One suggested that Charles was cursed and that sleeping next to holy relics might break the spell. When that failed, she escalated to something that still shocks historians. She had her son sleep next to corpses. Yes, you heard that.
What? She made him sleep next to dead bodies. Bro, they're not even using him to rule. They're just going, we got to skip this gen, right? That's what they're saying, which is so weird to me. Like, why wouldn't they just try to have another kid? They're going, nah, we're still going to have Charles II have a kid, but he's not going to rule. We're just going to try and fast track this so we could skip him.
Right.
They had him sleep next to dead bodies.
Queen Mother arranged for Charles to spend nights lying beside exhumed bodies of saints and former kings.
Oh my God, exhumed bodies of saints? So they were pulling like fully fucking decomposed bodies out of the ground so he could sleep next to them, so that would make his fucking sperm work.
Including his own father. The theory...
He had to sleep next to his... dude, talk about not even ever being able to be aroused again. Hey, sorry you're not able to fucking have a child. You're going to sleep next to your dead dad that's fucking decomposing.
The theory was that the holy essence of the dead would somehow cure his impotence. Picture it, the King of Spain, drooling and malformed, lying next to decomposing corpses in the hope of gaining the ability to father a child. 10 years of marriage, 10 years of failed attempts, 10 years of
10 years of trying to have a kid. So from 18 to 28, he tried to have a kid and couldn't.
humiliation. Then, Marie-Louise died suddenly at age 26. The official cause was listed as appendicitis, but rumours swirled. Had she been poisoned? Had the strain of her situation driven her to suicide? We'll never know. What we do know is that Charles was genuinely devastated. Despite everything, he had grown to love his wife, perhaps the only person who had shown him real kindness. Within months, the pressure to remarry began. The council selected...
Remarry? Give it up! Give it up! Oh my God! What did they do after this?
Maria Anna of Neuburg, a German princess from a famously fertile family. Her parents had produced 17 children. Surely the advisors reasoned such robust genes could overcome even Charles's deficiencies. They were wrong. Maria Anna, despite her healthy lineage...
bro, he's probably just infertile. His semen's probably just not working.
Never became pregnant. Not once. By this time, Charles's health had deteriorated even further.
What is this image?
Courtiers whispered that he looked like an old man, though he was barely 30. His hair fell out in patches. His teeth, what few could be seen behind that protruding jaw, rotted and fell out.
His teeth were rotting and falling out, and he was 30.
Shuffled when he walked, when he could walk at all. The seizures started in his 30s. Without warning, Charles would collapse, his body convulsing, foam mixing with the ever-present drool. When he recovered, he often didn't recognize the people around him. He began talking about seeing ghosts, hearing voices, feeling invisible hands touching him. The court was terrified. Was their king going mad on top of everything else? The nickname El Hechizado, the Bewitched.
Did he, make rules in this era? Was he, an active king that had to control the nation?
Took on new meaning. People genuinely believed Charles was under a curse. The Spanish Inquisition got involved. Exorcists were brought in. At one point, the king's own confessor was arrested on charges of using witchcraft to worsen the royal condition. The trial was a sensation, though of course no amount of exorcism could cure genetic damage. Charles himself believed he was cursed. In lucid moments, he would weep and ask what he had done to deserve such punishment. He wore amulets, carried holy relics, and submitted to increasingly bizarre purification rituals. Nothing helped, because nothing could help. His genetic code was his curse, written into every...
Dude, I feel so bad. It's not even his fault. His fucking family just kept it in the bloodline for so long that he was the final result. And he's sitting there not even realizing, like, oh, it's because my family's sleeping with each other. He thinks he's, like, been cursed by God.
Every cell of his body. By age 35,
Like, he can't get out.
Charles looked ancient.
What age?
Charles's curse, written into every cell of his body. By age 35, Charles looked ancient. Contemporary descriptions are hard to read. His skin hung loose on his skeletal frame. His famous jaw seemed to grow even more pronounced as the rest of his face wasted away. He was completely bald, his scalp covered in sores. He could barely walk, shuffling a few steps before needing to rest. His speech, always difficult, became nearly impossible to understand. But the worst was yet to come. In his final years, Charles began to mentally deteriorate rapidly. He would sit for hours, staring at nothing, drool pooling on his clothes. When spoken to, he often didn't respond. When he did speak, he rambled about demons and angels, about his dead wife, about children he would never have. The king of one of the world's greatest empires had become a hollow shell. The end came in 1700. Charles was 38 years old, not elderly by any standard, but his body was shutting down. He couldn't eat even his specially prepared mush. He couldn't stand without help. He spent his days propped up in bed, gasping for breath, his hydrocephalic head causing unbearable pressure. On November 1st, after days of agony, Charles II died. What happened next would shock even the physicians who had treated him for years. The autopsy. Oh God, the autopsy.
They did autopsies then?
If you thought The Living Charles was a medical horror show, his corpse was something out of a...
Oh, they're about to say they cut up in his body and his fucking, like, his lungs were the size of, like, fucking acorns.
a nightmare. The royal physicians tasked with embalming their king cut open the body and recoiled. Their report, written in clinical Latin but dripping with barely concealed horror, described a body that shouldn't have been able to sustain life as long as it did. His body did not contain a single drop of blood. This wasn't
What? He didn't have blood. He didn't have blood in his body. How was he alive? That doesn't make any sense.
poetic exaggeration.
Maybe he had less blood than other people. That's not possible.
Charles's circulatory system had essentially shut down. His blood either clotted or simply absent. His heart, and this is where it gets truly grotesque, his heart was described as the size of a peppercorn. Not
What is a peppercorn?
literally that small, but shriveled, blackened, barely recognizable as...
A peppercorn's like this big. So he had a small heart. His heart wasn't like a regular, like fist softball. It was like a tiny heart.
the organ that should pump life through a body. His lungs were corroded, their word for what we might now recognize as massive scarring from repeated infections. Imagine lung tissue that looked more like pumice stone than organs meant for breathing. His intestines were described as rotten and gangrenous. Parts of his digestive system had literally died while he was still alive, explaining the horrific pain he endured in his final years.
Dude, he had organs that were dead in his body for years.
But the most telling detail, the one that confirmed what everyone suspected but no one had dared say officially, Charles had only one testicle, and it...
They never checked? They never... Bro, I would be like, yo, we got him. You got any bowling balls hanging down there, boss? I mean, they never looked. They were like, how many nuts you got?
It was black as coal.
Ugh.
This single, atrophied, dead piece of tissue was all that remained of what should have been a functioning reproductive system. No wonder he couldn't father children. It's a miracle he survived puberty at all. And his brain, remember that oversized fluid-filled head? The physicians found it was indeed full of water. The hydrocephalus had left barely any room for actual brain tissue. How Charles had managed
So he had a small brain, too?
to function at all, how he had managed to speak and think and rule, however poorly, was a medical mystery. The physicians who performed this autopsy must have stood there, covered in the gore of their dissection, and marvelled that this collection of malformed organs had somehow sustained life for nearly 4 decades. Every system was compromised, every organ was damaged. It was as if Charles's body had been at war with itself from the moment of conception. Modern genetic analysis has given us the why behind this horror show. Remember that inbreeding coefficient of 0.254? That means a quarter of Charles's genome consisted of identical copies of genes.
What? So anything that was like a mutation would be brought out more?
In those repeated
I always understood inbred mutations as things that would regularly be submissive traits that would be bad for your health are usually not bad because your partner has opposite genes or different genes from you. So a lot of those traits are masked. But if you have somebody that's equal to you, all of those bad traits will immediately come out.
sequences lurk the instructions for his destruction. Scientists now believe Charles suffered from at least 2 major genetic disorders. The first was combined pituitary hormone deficiency. His body couldn't produce the hormones needed for normal growth and development. This explained his short stature, his inability to sexually mature, his muscle weakness, his cognitive problems. His pituitary gland, the master controller of the endocrine system, was essentially non-functional. The second was likely distal renal tubular acidosis. His kidneys couldn't properly regulate his blood chemistry. This caused the rickets that bent his legs, the muscle weakness that left him unable to walk, and possibly contributed to the hydrocephalus that swelled his skull. Either condition alone would have been challenging. Together they created a cascade of failures throughout his body. Add in the Habsburg jaw, itself a genetic condition called mandibular prognathism, and you had...
Do you think, like, early humans, they didn't know? Like, when did humans realize inbreeding was bad? The 19th century. The scientific understanding of why inbreeding is detrimental developed with Charles Darwin, first experimentally demonstrating the negative effects in the 19th century. Get the fuck out of here. So they had no idea. There had to be some cause and effect type shit, though, where it was like people having sex with their siblings usually led to issues.
Had a perfect storm of genetic disasters. Some researchers have proposed an even rarer possibility, a lysosomal storage disease called aspartylglucosamminuria. Patients with this condition develop normally for their first few years, then begin showing delays. By adulthood, they have coarse facial features, intellectual disability, and shortened lifespans. The match with Charles's symptoms is eerily exact. But here's the truly horrifying part. Charles wasn't uniquely unlucky. He was the inevitable result of systematic inbreeding. Of the 34 children born to Spanish Habsburg monarchs, more than half died before age 10. The dynasty
What? And they never went, this is bad?
was literally breeding.
Oh my god, but they had no idea. They probably just thought it was like, oh shit, RNG. They literally were like, oh, this is just unlucky.
Itself to death.
Or curses.
And Charles was simply the final, most extreme example.
What the fuck are you watching? You're too late, brother. You're coming on the back end of this. Habsburg had a 1 black ball, peppercorn-sized heart, really big jaw, really big tongue. He drooled. He had to get his bread soaked in wine. You really missed everything.
When Charles died without an heir, it triggered the War of Spanish Succession, a conflict that would reshape Europe. The Spanish Empire, built over centuries, shattered because one man's body was too broken to produce a single child. The Habsburg line that had ruled Spain for nearly 200 years ended not with the assassination or a revolution, but with a king so inbred his own flesh betrayed him. The Bourbon dynasty that replaced the Habsburgs...
But do you think his parents were also somewhat inbred? Like, I wonder if they had any showing or physical issues whatsoever.
Learned the lesson. While royal marriages remained political...
Because it seems more like all the people that were having inbred issues died before 10, and everybody else was just fine.
The extreme inbreeding that created Charles II was...
This is the reason I only date step-siblings. Thank you for your input, Gage. Official for the sub. Ghost for the 1,000, but he's been watching YouTube for a while. Here's your reward for my entertainment. Thank you, Rival Gary for the sub. Alex for the 3. What? You're thank you for the 3. Speaking of that Joe Schmote cart. Diggy, thank you for the 1,000, but he's come home from a long day of work, watching YouTube videos mean a lot to me. They bring me joy. I plan on tuning into more of your Twitch streams. Well, welcome to the stream, bro, and thank you for the fucking 1,000 biddies. Packet and Faith for the sub. Thank you for the 5. They're like those bees that have kids just to make kids with them too. What? Not for the subloid for the 3. D8 for the 3. Biblically, how deformed do you think Adam and Eve's grandchildren were? Well, I don't believe in Adam and Eve. But if Adam and Eve were the only 2 humans, The way that I perceive Adam and Eve is that they were the first two Homo sapiens. If Adam and Eve were the only humans on Earth and then we all were created after, genetically that would physically be impossible. Unless you got lucky through repeated generations to where at some point there would be genetic redistribution. I don't know how that would work. Christian, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Corbin for the sub-real for the 5 gifteds. Pug, thank you for the 3. In New Jersey, you can legally marry your first cousin. Really? DVD, you're an Aiden for the sub, Cam for the 3. MC for the 3. Grandpa passed away yesterday. Rip in the chat, dude. I'm sorry for your loss, man. Watching your streams and VODs really help. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man, but I'm sorry for your loss.
Never repeated. The nightmare of the Habsburg jaw, the horror of Charles's
That's an actual, this is an AI. This is a real, like, painting of him.
autopsy, the tragedy of a king who couldn't chew his own food. These became cautionary tales whispered in royal courts across Europe. Charles II remains in medical textbooks as the ultimate example of genetic collapse. Students studying genetics see his portrait and learn about inbreeding coefficients. His Habsburg jaw has become shorthand for the dangers of closed gene pools. In a strange way, his suffering contributed to our understanding of heredity and the importance of genetic diversity. But beyond the medical curiosity, beyond the political consequences, there was a human being. Charles II lived every day in a body that was failing him. He endured
Oh my god, and how fucking terrible everybody fucking treated him, dude. I mean, obviously they were treating his wife bad too, saying she was part of the reason, but they never really looked at him in a light of, like, positivity. It was always just like, you need to have a kid. Your body's fucked up. Like, he doesn't know that already.
constant pain, humiliation,
And then his mom making him sleep next to dead bodies, bro.
and the knowledge that he was failing in his most basic duty as king. He was mocked as the bewitched, when his only curse was his ancestry. In his final letter, dictated because he could no longer hold a pen, Charles wrote about hoping to find peace in death that had eluded him in life. For a man who had endured 4 decades of physical and mental anguish, who had been propped up on the throne like a grotesque puppet, death must have seemed like mercy. The portrait I mentioned at the beginning? It hangs now in the Museo del Prado in Madrid. Visitors pause before it, struck by the obvious deformities even the court painter couldn't fully hide. But now you know the truth behind that image.
Yeah, and that's how they made him look good. So he looked different from that.
You know about the jaw that couldn't close, the tongue that couldn't fit, the body that couldn't function, the genome that had turned against itself. Charles II of Spain wasn't cursed by witches or demons. He was cursed by his own family tree, a tree so tangled it had become a noose. His story stands as perhaps history's starkest warning about the dangers of genetic isolation. In trying to keep power in the family, the Habsburgs destroyed their own bloodline. The next time you see a royal portrait, remember Charles II. Remember that behind the crowns and scepters and royal grandeur,
I wonder if after this, there was, like, no... Like, this was probably a huge turning point because there was incest in many royal families. And I feel like this probably had to be, like, a turning point of, like, yeah, this is definitely bad.
biology always has the final say. And sometimes, that final say is horrifying beyond imagination. If this story shocked you, hit that like button, because the algorithm, unlike...
Oh my fucking god. All right, that was a good video, though. Even though the AI images were unbearable. Anyways, chat, we're gonna fucking call that there. We'll save the terrible movie video for another day. That was a W stream. Yeah, we already talked about it, the real. Thank you for the 3. Brave for the sub, MC for the 3. All right, we're gonna call that there, chat. Hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time streaming. If you have any videos you want me to watch or games you want me to play, videos, games, I find most of the videos that I watch, games that I play. I will be live tomorrow at 1 EST. We're going to be doing a Lego building stream. We're building the Wally and Eve set. Sunday, we're going to be live at 1 as well, doing reacts for like the first 2.5-ish hours, and then we're going to do a Dorito review for like 38 different bags of Doritos, a bunch of different flavors, some like notable national brands, international, discontinued. We'll be ranking those. It'll be fun. And then we have a mystery snack box review like next week sometime. Monday, we're going to be doing Dead Reset and FMV game for like 3-ish hours, and then random games after that. We'll probably pull you guys like Sunday-ish if we want to continue Dying Light. But yeah, Monday, FMV random games. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday's horror games, and Eclipsium comes out. Thursday, Baby Steps drops. A bunch of other random games. We'll probably do Backyard Baseball as well. And then Rematch. We were playing for like 2 hours, maybe with some other streamers for the new season. Fridays Reacts and Clover Pit next week. Next Saturday, Full Philosophy. Next Sunday, we'll probably do the Mystery Snack Box, other random reacts. But yeah, I'm pushing on the main of the gaming right when I squatch that. New vlogs, the 2 vlogs, the Salem and the Vermont will be out next week. Cloak's almost on those. But yeah, appreciate y'all. Hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time streaming. And let's fucking raid. Thank you to everybody that followed, sub, donated, etc. And if Les Pica's still here, thank you for the fucking massive gifties, bro. I appreciate that. Who do we raid? I don't know. Who do we want to raid? Who do we want to raid? JoJo's live. I haven't raided JoJo in a while. We could raid JoJo. All right. Appreciate y'all chat. He's actually playing Dying Light. And I will catch y'all later. We're going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Catch you guys tomorrow, 1 EST for the Lego Building stream. Peace.